All right. Welcome, everybody, to Season 4 official kickoff for the 701 Poker Tour. This is Pete Bushy. Here you can see players taking their seats. We're going to do a quick little video showing some players while I go over some announcements here. Looks like they're about to go live here, but we're going to kind of show some of the feature table players here, brought to you by Randy's Diner. We are going to catch up with the action here once we get there. One of these teams has been knocked out since they got the picture taken, and we've updated that. But so this is a team tournament that players played separately and then combined stacks just at this last break. So there's going to be a wide variety of stacks here, things like that, and they can switch off at any point, not in the middle of a hand. So, and as you can see, one of my partner there, Tim, is playing on the table. So I'm going to jump out of the booth here once we're done with opening announcements. But we just want to thank, they just got done doing a sponsorship. They gave Ambitiously Lazy, one of our sponsors here, Chuck Stahl, on this feature table. They gave away a $1,000 seat to a random draw, and that was won by Tom Stambaugh and Ron Olson. So getting into the action here, I'm going to let Eric Crystal take over here, but I just want to thank Randy's Diner, all of our sponsors, especially Ambitiously Lazy. They were the ones that sponsored the giveaway, and I will let Eric Crystal take over. He'll be joined by a co-announcer here just shortly. So looks like we're on to the action here, three-handed.
All right, thanks, Pete. Looks like we got Diane and Kaylee with ace king, flopped an ace. I don't know. Josh and Scott have ace eight. Excuse me, I'm just trying to get oriented on who's sitting where. We're going to the turn. Oh, I'm thinking that must be Diane. That must have slow played her ace king, and I didn't see the action, but she's now betting 20,000. That is not going to go through, I don't believe. We've got Josh playing for Scott and Josh. He comes along. The river is a queen.
Okay. Sit down. Yeah, Eric will help you out.
Got Tony Euler stepping in here to join me. Diane gets away from the ace king. All right, we got Heidi shuffling up the cards. Got Tony Euler here in the booth with me.
Yeah, happy to be here, Eric.
Tony, are you still your partner still in this?
Yep, Justin hasn't screwed it up yet, so we're good.
So what's your guys' stack like?
We had about 180, something like that.
Well, you guys, we came over with 51,000. Sarah Madison had 51,000. I had 0.
Yeah, living up to expectations.
Yeah, you know. I do what I can do.
Yep. You have a little action here, ace jack.
Josh calls with the Tim Jacobs limps with the ace jack. Josh limps with the king 9. Diane, I think, calls with the ace 3. I've not seen if it's Chad or Jeremy playing, but they've got 5-6, and I think they got a mountain of chips. Yeah, 304 big blinds.
I like that play with the 6-5.
They got the chips they can splash in every pot if they want.
Yep. No, that's a great hand, though. I mean, you can hit the big, and if you miss, it's easy to get away from.
Oh, and it looks like they actually raised.
Yep.
Three-handed to the flop. That's a pretty good flop for Tim Jacobs.
Yep, that'll do it.
Does it check around? Jeremy's going to bet. Jeremy brought a lot of those chips over. I don't know exactly how much, but I was at Jeremy's table. He had a boatload of chips.
Yeah, he's a tough player, without a doubt.
He's playing with Chad Fowler, who is an excellent player, both from the western side of the state more so.
Mm-hmm.
Couple Rough Rider guys down for the day. I'd imagine Jeremy will shut it down now, won't he?
Yeah, I would think so. Oh, no, he's going to get rambunctious, and it's going to get him in trouble.
What does Tim got left? At 17 to call. He's got 84,000. I can't imagine Tim's 9 to see any more cards.
Yep.
Tim must have announced all in.
Yep.
That's pretty much how you're supposed to play that, isn't it?
Yep, I believe so. That's, you get a couple big stacks there that can put some pressure on, and just that time it backfired on them, but it's what they should be doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you had more experience playing with Tim Jacobs, seeing Tim limp, I don't think he's going to fire that ace. Could be wrong, but that ace-jack flop, I don't think I'm going to try to represent anything against Tim.
Yep, nope, I agree.
He's never calling anything that, if you get any action, he's got you just crushed.
Mm.
And he's going to hit that board a lot.
Yep, exactly. That was right in his wheelhouse.
You maybe don't think he's going to hit two pair with it, but
yeah.
Josh goes to 15, or 3,000, excuse me. Kaylee must have stepped in for Diane. I'm assuming that's Kaylee.
Yep, I think so.
I don't actually know either one of them, but
Gonna see a flop. Here we go.
a little bit of something for both players.
Yep.
Josh is capable of losing some chips with second pair.
Yep. Hearts might keep him safe, just that risk. But
That's 65 or 61. I can't tell if that was. Looks like 65. Yep. You wouldn't think black and orange chips could look the same.
no, you would not, but they do.
I've seen Diane play a couple tournaments. I don't believe I've ever seen Kaylee play before, so it's interesting. 3, I don't think changes anything. See
Nope.
if Josh slows down.
The question here is for Kaylee: do you pop them or do you just smooth call and try to pot control, that kind of thing?
And that's where I bring up I don't know how much she plays. I'm not familiar with her.
Here's a raise.
There's a pop. I like it.
Yep, no, exactly.
Josh is going to call. Eight on the river. No heart. Josh checks.
Yeah,
I think she just checks behind. Yeah.
yeah, the jack's scary. And something you could have that.
Oh, yeah. The 8 does change things. Subway of Park Rapids. Owned and operated by Dallas DeWitt. The restaurant is located at 100B North Park Rapids. They offer a variety of ways to order, quick and easy on the app or online. Come in for a restaurant meal or pick up curbside. We're also happy to help with any of your catering needs. Our hours are 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., 7 days a week. Dallas and her husband Eric are here quite regularly, consistent players, and very good sponsors for the league. So if you're ever in Park Rapids, please stop in.
Kind of want them to deliver here, but it's probably a little far away, huh?
You know, they could probably make a boatload if they just filled the filled the trunk of the car with sandwiches and sold them out of the back of the car.
Exactly. There we go. Middle pocket pair under the gun. This could be interesting.
We could probably put a whole order together for them
Yeah.
to bring down.
Probably just you and I, let alone everybody else.
I don't get out Park Rapids way very often. Stop a little short of that. Detroit Lakes area is about where I get to.
Yeah.
Tuck is folded 9-3 offsuit, playing pretty tight, I see. Jeremy still thinks he's got enough chips to play 3-2 suited. He does. He's not wrong.
I would.
I'd be in there.
Lots of options coming to this flop.
A whole bunch of spades. Josh is still sitting there, yep. Josh has got the only spade. I don't know that he's real proud of the queen high spade draw. There's a 10. Do we really whiff the whole flop and parried?
Yeah, especially with that mix of cards out there. Just
That's actually kind of impressive.
it is.
And that card does nothing.
Nothing. Yep. Pocket eights held all the way through.
It might give Jeremy an incentive to bet. No,
Yeah, any bet there takes it down probably.
I don't see Kaylee calling with her eights too.
No,
I
exactly.
I don't. I could be wrong, but I don't see her. You never know. Again, I have no idea how much she's played. She might have played enough elsewhere that she would call that. Because that bet would be screaming for a call with eights there, but
It would be.
it's really hard to call with third pair, even though the top pair.
Yeah,
Paired, right?
sizing really drives it though. The size of the bet would, you get it a little over half pot or 3/4, something like that. That'll typically push out those eights, but unless you know the player and know they're capable of that. Look at that, the Doyle Brunson. Don't think it's getting played.
I bet the king jack is.
Yep, yeah, this should be.
My guess is no matter if Jeremy or Chad's sitting there, as long as they have this chip stack, we'll be talking about Fairmount.
Yep.
Kevin comes along.
Neither one of them play with any fear, so you just let's play.
Hear anything. Can't hear anything? You can't hear them talking at all. I have my phone blasting and or maybe they're just not saying anything.
A pair of us.
Yeah, hard to get a word in edgewise normally.
Yep. All right, here we go.
We've just been informed that nobody can hear us, so if you can hear us, please comment. If you can't hear us, please comment. I don't know how you're going to know to do that.
Well, if they comment, we know they heard us.
I hear you just fine.
So apparently they can hear us. Or some people can hear us, or nobody in the chat seems to hear us, although nobody's commenting that they don't hear us either, which normally, in my experience, somebody would bring up. Kind of a dirty ace on the river.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to really change a whole lot other than who drags the pot. But
Exactly.
John says we're loud and clear. Thanks, John.
It's probably the first time in my life that I've been said I was clear. The loud part, yes, but hey, we'll go with it.
Definitely get described as loud more often than clear. There's no doubt about that.
There we go. There's a raise coming here, I bet.
The nice part about playing every hand is when you wake up with a hand.
Yep.
Although I don't know that ace jack. Actually, and I play a lot of hands. I don't like ace jack because you can't get anybody off.
Yep.
And it doesn't really play that well. Although you got Kevin off, you're not going to get. Is that Matt Wolf sitting there now? Yeah,
Yep.
It looks like Matt moved in for Josh. Pocket eights. I think that's basically a min click, isn't it? 2,500. Yep.
Yep. The question is for Matt there in the 5 seat, should he Do you think he should 3-bet that with eights? What do you think?
He's got 148,000. We are just refreshing the screen there real quick, so we're back. I don't mind set hunting, or if you want to call it set hunting, or you don't need to get into a huge pot.
Yep. No, I agree. I don't think he should do it, but it's not a terrible play either.
No, it's now a couple tens flop. Now he can bet. I don't. No, that's a confusing call because now that really puts the pressure on Matt.
Yep.
2 shouldn't change anything. Matt checks. Yep.
Bingo.
So back to the original question: should he have raised with the eights pre-flop? Yes. And then
In
he could have
this
fired
case.
after the flop, and he could have fired after the turn.
Yep.
And then he doesn't
yeah.
have to pay that 5,000 off. He probably gets the fold.
Yep.
But you never know.
And like I said, it's a fairly high variance move, but mixing it in your ranges and stuff to do that with kind of a middle pair isn't a bad thing.
I guess the part I like about the flat call there is if the flop comes ace 8 or jack high with an 8,
Yep.
you're getting a lot of chips, like a lot of chips.
Yep. Exactly. Boy, Under the Gun's been getting some of those kind of middle of the road hands that are kind of tough to play in that spot.
Exactly where you don't want to pick up cards, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We just got louder.
Yep.
Ace 10. Is it still Josh sitting there? It's still Josh sitting there. He picks up ace queen. He's definitely not folding this.
No. Question is just 3-bet or call. There's the 3-bet.
3 bets. The ace 5 comes, or the ace 5 in the. That's too loud. Ace 10 against ace queen. Would it be wrong to hope for a flop of like
3 hearts.
3 hearts or ace queen 10 or say king 9 is just completely boring?
Yep.
Probably goes check, check, maybe check, bet, fold.
Yeah, I think he'll bet.
Kevin's a pretty careful player. I don't think he's real likely to call.
No.
No spade. He's literally got ace high with a bad kicker.
Yeah, you really
Behind that.
shouldn't. Unless you got a read on somebody, there's no reason to look him up here.
I'm sure he's played with Josh and knows Josh is capable of betting very light here. You're not in position. You have no. Yep.
Yep. Good lay down. Well played by both sides. It's really an interesting dynamic, though. Like I said, you got the 2 huge stacks, and then everybody else is half or less. And those stacks is just, once again, you can put so much pressure on.
The other huge stack must be the 6th seat, kind of sitting between the 6 and 7 seat there, right?
Yep, I think so.
I'm not. I'm not even certain who's sitting there.
It's the ambitiously lazy.
Oh, is it the other
Team, yeah.
ambitiously lazy
Yeah.
team?
Yep.
Ambitiously Lazy sponsored the, I believe Pete mentioned it, but free seat to the World Series of Poker Tag Team event for the winning team. And interestingly enough, the winning team were a couple guys that showed up by themselves and just got stuck together. So we'll see.
Yeah. How much do they like each other?
They're both fine players, so I'd be fine playing a tournament like that with either one of them. But
Just right there, handling bad.
got a couple of hands here. Ace Queen, Ace 7, Queen Jack, and pocket fours.
Yeah, it could be spicy.
Tim Jacobs with the Ace Queen. One of the he must have just limped, right? Yep. King 8 from the button calls. Pocket twos are definitely calling, limping in. Option checks. I don't know that I've ever been 7 wide to the flop doing this.
That's pretty. It's impressive. Let's have something spicy here. Let's make it interesting.
6-8 king.
That pretty much whiffed almost
Chuck,
everybody.
Chuck
so-
flops top 2.
Yep, that'll work for him.
Nobody hits the 6. Nobody else hit anything. That's kind of a lame flop.
Yeah,
Really boring.
depressing. Yeah, weird.
I mean, so much possibility, so much potential with the 7 people to see the flop, and
Yeah, put like an ace queen 7 out there, or
Ace Queen Jack. A couple
Yeah,
people
but,
flop 2 pair. Or
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, there was pocket 2s and pocket 4, so maybe like a king 4-2.
yeah. That'd be entertaining.
I'm not cheering for necessarily anybody in that scenario.
No.
I'm looking for some action, something to talk about.
Yep.
That way we can really critique their play. It's really easy to critique the play when you can see everybody's cards.
Yep.
It's entirely different when you're sitting there.
Yep.
Tax Lady, another one of our sponsors. Provide all their tax services, I believe. I'm not. Jen does a great job with doing taxes and some accounting services and stuff like that. I don't have a phone number or anything for her in front of me. Jen and her team, I should say.
Yep. If you're doing the taxes, you want to do them right, and she would definitely take care of that for you.
Try to get way under there.
See what we get hands coming out here now. Jeremy's gonna raise with Queen 4 offsuit.
Yeah, might get a little business here.
Kevin's been watching him play a lot of hands. Gonna come along with the A7. Josh played with him a little bit. He seems pretty solid. Gonna come along with the Jack 10. Oh. Everybody flops a flush draw. Nobody flops a flush. Matt flops open-ended. Kevin flops top pair.
Yep.
Jeremy has queen high, but he's got the best flush draw. Kevin bets the top pair. There's a call. 5,200 bet and a call, right?
Yep. Well, on that bet, it's what, 70% pot, 80, somewhere in there. So yeah, you got business from everybody. Ooh, there it
There's
comes.
the 10 of clubs. Not a good card for, well, Kevin or Josh. Jeremy just checked this back. He doesn't have the nut.
It's a tough spot for Josh to be in.
I think Kevin can get away from this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh,
No. Now can
will he repop?
Josh get away? I feel like that made it possible for Josh to get away. Because the king or queen beats you, no.
Yep.
And the rich get richer.
Yep, exactly.
That's tough. You got the third best four flush,
Exactly.
and there's two betting a call in front of you.
Yep.
I don't think I'm good enough to get away from that. I'd like to think I am, but I'm not.
No, I'm not.
I'm not going to sit here and say I am, because that. And the background noise just quit. Apparently, the air handler just shut off.
Well, that's tough too. In that spot, do you repop trying to chase the queen out, or if you're ahead, try to get a call? I mean, it's a high variance play again, but you can put pressure on that queen. Now the big stack, they're probably going to call with the queen, so you're.
Sure, would have given us something to talk about though. Repop.
Yeah, I would have. Well, you know how I play. I would have probably delivered that for you.
I've seen you make a questionable player too.
Yeah, that was just a pure short circuit. We'll just call it that. That was the brain wasn't connected to the mouth on that one.
For the viewers that don't know the story, last weekend we were sitting at the same table reasonably early in the tournament. I had, I believe, queen nine. I don't remember what the other card was, but I had a nine and flopped two nines. Turn the fourth nine, correct?
Yep.
And on the river, Tony had a pair of kings, so he had nines full of kings. He checked. I bet. Another person came along, saw Tony raised, to which I jammed. She immediately folded, and Tony, with very little hesitation, announced call.
Yeah, my brain was screaming fold. My mouth said call. It was not a good situation.
I legitimately thought for a few minutes that there must be 5 nines in that deck.
Oh, well, I got that crap out of my system for this year, so I'll be good the rest of the year. So,
That hand, ace 10, just took it down. 9 high flop against king 10. Reasonably nondescript.
yep.
See, we've got Leroy moving in for Kevin. Josh is still sitting there. The 6th seat has changed people. And you can change, it's a team tournament. You played individually for the first 4 hours. Now you can just, you combine your stacks if both players had a stack. And then either way, both players have to play 1 hand per hour, but they do have, you can change as much or as little as you want other than that.
Yep, I'm dependent on my partner being better than I am, which he usually is, so he's rocking and rolling.
I'm hoping that Sarah Manson's out there building a chip stack.
Yeah, she ran really deep last night in the free roll. And like Karma's got to be with her. I mean, she's married to Steve, so I mean,
That's
you know,
what I'm banking on.
Yep, she's owed something by the cosmos.
Well, she got suckered into teaming up with me, so.
But this is just for like one day. She stuck with Steve the whole time.
Yep.
So. All right.
Leroy's raising with Jack, or just,
just call
he
it.
just called with Jack 10. Weird that Tim just checked his 4-5. It's not 2-3, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh. That's a pretty good flop for Queen Deuce.
Yep, and that can work.
So is that Kenny or Lucas, do you suppose? If I had to guess, I'd say Kenny, huh?
I think so, yep.
Could be wrong.
I was playing with Lucas earlier. I don't think that. No.
Randy's University Diner. Best breakfast in town. Stop in and get some coffee cake.
I didn't get into the shape without the great food they got, so.
That's, I don't know, she told me last night when she was in the chat that she was bringing coffee cake today, but I didn't see any.
Yeah.
I think she's got a lot on her mind, though, with 2 very busy restaurants on a Saturday morning.
That'll do that, yeah. Yeah. We'll give her a pass.
I suppose the price of eggs is just eating her alive.
Mm-hmm. Darn chicken's cornering the market.
10-5 suited. I don't see that getting played.
No.
Fold, fold, fold. 10-3, that's why that we got get folded. Leroy folds the 7-8.
Here comes the bet.
Matt with the Queen Jack. The non-pinochle.
Yeah.
Same colors though.
Mm-hmm.
I'd imagine Josh will see a flop here with this 4-5 suited.
Yep, exactly.
Interesting. I sat here last night doing it for that final table of the flip and goes, and everybody played very tight. So I don't know that anybody would have called with 4-5 suited in that spot on that table. And here there was no doubt in either one of our minds that Josh was calling.
Yep. Was there any doubt in your mind that I would have called?
I'm pretty sure you'd have raised.
There's a chance.
Reasonable chance I'd have raised too, although I don't like raising Matt Wolf. Last thing you want to do is raise something like that and get re-raised.
Yep, exactly.
Although if you got re-raised now, you don't have to try to figure out what to do with this board.
Yeah, true.
We got Pete Bushy sitting down in Tim Jacobs' seat. Looks like we're going to get Scott Eckert in for Josh, maybe. I know they both just teamed up today, too. Josh was trying to figure out who his partner was when we were sitting playing cards together.
Yep.
Scott's been playing poker as long as I've been playing poker.
Yep,
here in Fargo.
Mid-2000s, he was definitely on the scene.
Yep. Yeah, he plays a lot less now.
Yep.
Told me last night he wasn't going to be here because he had swim lessons. I thought he probably floated, but apparently he's busy with the grandkids. So
Yep. That'll happen.
$23 very chatty viewers. Switch that to multi-stream. Carrie says we're difficult to hear, and now the sound is much better. So we got Jason over here playing with the producer type guy playing with the sound, so I think we've probably got that straightened out.
Yeah, little King 8 versus Ace Queen here. Yeah, the King Jack's probably coming along.
See now, and again, not cheering for or against anybody, but 3 diamonds would be kind of fun.
Yes, that would be a lot of chips going in there.
Especially if 2 of those 3 diamonds were 8s. That might be confusing to explain, though.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's not horrible, I guess.
No.
Got a medium stack betting into the big stack.
Yeah, the question is, can I don't know if Chad, if Chad can escape without getting. Now the ace will probably help.
Yeah, the ace should help everybody slow down. Got Scott out. Chad Fowler is sat down. Wondering just how bad a luck he's having right here. He's going to fold it, show the king.
Good fold.
Josh has never shown him. Is Matt coming back in, or is Josh just no? Just go to show, tell Matt. Probably just went to tell Matt what he had, huh? Sunday, February 5th at noon, we got a tournament down at the Wild Rice, and Saturday the 4th at noon, we got a tournament down there. I don't want to speak out of turn on what each of those are. Sundays are what freeze out. $200 or $300 that I remember. And I believe the other one is Saturday tournament. I believe is a 150 plus 150. I could be wrong on that. Says it's a double stack tournament, so yeah, it must be a 150 plus with a rebuy probably.
Probably. Lots of chips to give to your friends, right?
The former home of the Million Chip Challenge, but we moved that because we were saturated for space.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of hearts for the King Deuce. Got to bet this every time, don't you?
Yeah.
Chuck Stahl. Bets.
Got a call.
It's ambitiously lazy against ambitiously lazy, isn't it?
Yep.
Saturday, February 11th, we got a tournament up in Drayton, North Dakota, Super Bowl Saturday. Freeze out up there.
Just won the 17th.
Friday night, the 17th, we have a turbo here at the DoubleTree, sponsored by West Fargo Events.
Hello. I didn't say nothing. I'm just looking.
No. We got Mike Columbus just stepped in the booth. We didn't know if he was trying to get one of our attention or.
Yeah.
Even now.
Yeah. We chased him away. It's all good.
There you go, guys. You scared him.
I have that effect on people.
Thank you, Carrie. It sounds better, she said. Carrie, why aren't you here? We're missing you. Oh,
Ooh, there's a big one.
Scott Eckert picking up a couple kings. We just said that was probably Kenny, right? He raised to 4,000. Scott's going to
Yeah.
go to 11.
Yep.
You like that bet sizing?
You know, depending on if he knows Kenny at all, I think it's a decent. And maybe I might go a little bit less because honestly, I kind of want to call.
Right up till the ace flops, you want to call.
Well, yeah. Yep.
Seeing all those diamonds out and seeing that nobody has an ace, though. Once again, sitting in our seats, it's really easy to know that you shouldn't have bet raise quite so much. But he got the call. That's what you want, right? You want to get the biggest bet that'll get a call in that spot. Kenny hits middle pair.
Yeah, Kenny might get himself in a little bit of trouble here.
Bets at it. He's got a boatload of chips.
I suspect it's going to be a little bit less here shortly, but we'll see.
1 out of 5 times he's going to get there.
Yep.
Scott just called, or does he just try to end the hand right here?
I'd probably try to end it right here. Yep.
It's not necessarily a end the hand right here type bet. It's a you're going to pay this if you want to continue the hand type bet.
Well, he's protecting himself against the hearts, you know, that kind of thing. Maybe fishing for a call from ace queen.
Well, I hope you're starting to feel better, Carrie. At least you're going to be entertained by Tony and myself.
Yeah. Well, I got to go play here in a little bit. I didn't play it all earlier, so I got to get my cans in.
I played, so I've got probably 20 minutes. I'll have to get back out there and play a hand or two.
Yep. So actually, I'm gonna head out. So
Thanks,
talk to
Tony.
you guys later.
Feel free to come back whenever you get a chance.
You bet.
And all you got to listen to just me. Oh, Kenny hits the 5 for 2 pair. Scott's probably going to lose a bunch of chips here now. Kenny bets 90,000. I don't know that Scott can get away from this. Oh, Scott went all in. Yep. I don't see any way Kenny folds here. He's worried about queens, maybe. If Kenny calls, Scott is drawn to a king, a 4, or a queen. Yeah, I think Scott was all in for less than the bet, so looks like he hit his king or queen. We don't see the card yet, but based on Scott's reaction, he must have hit the hand. Yeah, he hit the queen. So that hand went suck, resuck. And now Scott Eckert and Josh Taylor are going to have a big chip stack. Waiting as they count up Scott's chips. Pay him 10, 20, 30, 40, 60, 70. Looks like the 78,000 was very accurate. We never know how accurate the chip counts really are. They do their very best, but it is hard to keep track of it exactly. ID double and triple counting to make sure that the pot is rewarded right. I like to thank the DoubleTree by Hilton for allowing us to use the space here. Nice hotel, full bar service here. Run a lot of tournaments here, just works out well for them and for us, I guess.
When it's there, do the talk.
Oh, okay. Matt's raising with his pocket twos under the gun. Little 3X. Folds the 10-7 suited. I don't see Kaylee playing 8-9 off. Nope. I don't see Chuck playing 7-3 off. Chad folds. Leroy will fold. Blinds must have gone up to 8-16, so it wasn't a 3X click. It was just over 2X. Scott and Josh jumped way up. Lucas and Kenny dropped. Not as far as you'd have thought, though. They're still in third place at the table. They still got plenty of chips. A tournament like this is always a roller coaster ride with your chips. They go up, they go down, they go back up. The goal is hopefully to not lose the last one.
So can they switch in mid-hand or is it after hands?
They can only switch between hands, so not in the middle of a hand. You can't look down at your cards and then be like, oh, they should play this hand or anything like that. So it's once you've looked at the cards, you have to finish that hand. And I'm sure with some of the teams there'll be some strategy of, I don't like playing against this person, so you play when they're in, stuff like that. It appears that some of these teams are switching every blind level or something, or every time they win or lose a big pot. Others seem to be switching at just complete random times. Scott flops a flush draw with a gut shot straight flush draw. And Jeremy flops bottom pair. Or Chad, I believe it is. King of Diamonds changes nothing for either one of them. This is your two big stacks at the table currently. He's only got 15 outs. He's betting his 15 outs. Scott whiffed everything. He checks. Chad has to bet. Scott will fold. Yep.
See that?
Ambitiously lazy sounds like an oxymoron, right? Here's what it means to us in the company. To be ambitiously lazy is to work ambitiously to achieve your goals that one day when your goals have been reached, you can afford to be lazy. The thing is, when the goals have been achieved, there is no time to be lazy because right around the corner, there's another goal. Get out there and be ambitiously lazy. Hit us up on Facebook for all your apparel needs. Chuck, Lucas, and Derek. Once again, they are great sponsors of the tour. Chuck's been out playing quite regularly. Diana's back in the one seat. Looks down at Queen 10, decides it's worth calling. Pat is sitting down in the 2 seat. Decides ace 10 is worth calling. Leroy looks down at ace ace. My guess is he's going to decide it's worth raising with. We go to 6,000. Blinds are 8 and 16 with a 1,600 ante. 6,000 with 2 limpers. Pat comes along. Six, 2, 6 flop. It's a really good flop for Leroy. Bets 10,000. Pat goes away. It appears Kaylee's back in for Diane. Again, you can change anytime you want to. It doesn't have to make any sense to anybody but yourselves. Scott looks down at the old 8-3 suited. Kaylee at the 10-5 suited. Both of them going to muck. Chuck also looked at an 8-3 suited, went in the muck. Chad's going to raise with his 8-6 offsuit. Leroy folds. Josh folds. Pete Bushy waking up with pocket fours. Obviously has no idea that multiple people folded Chad's 8. But he comes along. Chad hits his 6. Bets 5,000. Could be wrong, but I expect Pete to get away from this pretty easily. Pete's certainly capable of... Well, he's going to peel another card off. Chad can't be comfortable with this at tournament events either. 5. Pete should bet here. Pete checks. Chad checks. Not going to believe his luck. Once again, it's super easy when you can see the cards. But you know that Pete should have bet. It is getting to that time where I have to go play a hand. I'll be back momentarily. In the meantime, enjoy the silence. And I'm back. So, Steve, there are roughly probably 45 teams left out there, I believe. That's not an exact number by any stretch of the imagination, so 90 players, but I made it out there in time just to lose 4,000 because that was the big blind. I looked down at 2-3 offsuit and somebody raised, so. Looks like that was a pretty nondescript hand. Jason, you been doing the play-by-play over there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if they have all red cards, that's a good thing, right?
All red cards, that's definitely a winner.
That is?
Yep. We have a tech guy helping us out today, trying to keep us on schedule and do producer type of stuff. I don't believe he's ever played a hand of poker.
Once Steve asked me to come in so they could do a free game of something or other. I asked him how long I had to play. He said an hour, and when that hour was up, I went all in and left. So how long have you been playing poker, Eric?
I've been playing, oh boy, well, since the Moneymaker boom, which would have been, what, 2001, 2002, somewhere in there, 2002, 2003, something like that, so 20 years.
So when you first started out, what was your biggest fault when you play these games?
No, my biggest fault then is the same fault I have now, is I like to play too much. I like to play too many hands.
So if you had, let's say you had the Jack 5 up, what are you thinking?
Jack 5, he's basically thinking, nobody wants to be in this pot. I'm going to bet at it and see if I can take it down. I mean, that's what I'd... Blinds are, okay, right now they're 8 and 1,600, so there's 3,200, there's 4,000 in there, dead every hand, right? You got the big blind, the small blind, and an ante. If you can push those two blinds off their hand and get everybody to fold, you're picking up about 8% of a starting stack every hand. For me, I'm trying to take as many of those as I can while not getting a call from behind. So if I'm raising with Jack 5 suited, I'm definitely hoping everybody folds. Or that I'm going to flop, you know, like a Jack and a 5 or 2 Jacks or something like that. A bunch of clubs in that case. King Jack of spades. Raise to 12,000 with King Jack. Keely looks down at King Queen offsuit. Hand you really want to play, but 12,000 is a big raise in front of you. Especially when you got 83,000. I mean, you're talking, it's like 15% of your chips. She makes the call. Chuck looks down at 9-7 suited. He's going to fold. Chad folds a 4-3. They're back up to 355,000.
Oh. This is why we can't have nice things with Tim.
Tim knocking down the curtains.
Yeah. Just trying to peek under him.
So we should tell him it's not a skirt. Couple 4s and an 8 on the flop. No help to anybody. Lucas bets 25,000, putting the pressure on Kaylee because she's got 71,000 left in her stack right now, so it's more than a third of her chips. And as extra added pressure tonight, you're not just busting yourself, you're busting somebody else also, whether it be somebody that you just met here today for the first time, a good friend, your mom, your spouse.
So do you know how many of these teams just met today?
My guess would be just one of them.
Okay.
There's a few of them that were just put together today. I know there were probably 5 or 6 teams that actually showed up individually, and you know, we had Steve knew we had a few people that were looking, so you knew people were going to be showing up throughout the day without a partner. I think most of these teams were together. I know, like the team of Chad and Jeremy, their wives are playing together. Saturday, February 4th at noon down at the Wild Rice, we have a double stack poker tournament. I believe that's a 150 plus you can buy a second stack if you bust for another 150. Sunday the 5th, I believe that's a 300. It might be a 200, but I think it's a $300 freeze out. No rebuys, anything like that. Once again, both those are down at the race, Wild Rice, sponsored by Share House. These tournaments are all charitable.
So have you ever participated in a team tag before?
Yeah, I've played a few tag team tournaments. Quite a few years ago, a friend of mine, Darren, and I played up in Hope, North Dakota. They had a Hold'em in Omaha. You played both tournaments at the same time. You had to switch every blind level. That one was a lot of fun, although we won the Omaha and chopped first place in the Hold'em, so that anytime you're winning, it's fun, right? I mean, it's winning and fun kind of go hand in hand.
Is this the first time it's been done for you guys? 7-1?
We've done some in the past. I believe I'm not certain when the last one would have been. I know we did one last winter that was co-ed. You had to bring a member of the opposite sex with you. Played with my wife in that one. We did not win. That one was a lot smaller buy-in, trying to encourage people to bring new players out. It was a lot of fun.
So since I'm a newbie, what am I looking at here? If I had either one of those hands, what am I looking at?
So ace queen is not quite a premium starting hand, but it's just outside of there. It's knocking on the door of being a premium starting hand. King queen's not far behind that. I mean, they're both contained two of the top three cards, right? Ace, king, queen are the top three cards. There's the ace. Ace queen was ahead the whole way. It looks like, I don't think the betting ever got to be, yeah, it was a race to 12,000. It just went check till now. This bet should take it down. I can't imagine Kaylee's looking to do anything with this hand here. You know, you're looking at basically if your top three cards flop, one of them was going to have top pair with a really good kicker. Kaylee's thinking about this. She's thinking about it way longer than I would have thought she would. I suppose she's going through the. If he had an ace, he should have been betting before this.
So are you assuming that if you were with Lucas and Kenny that you've won this one and you're just waiting it out, or what would she have to do to make you go, yeah, I'm out?
She just flat called, so he doesn't have to make a decision on that. That's, you know, could she have checked? Could she have a flush there? Yeah. I mean, I don't. He's got enough chips where it was going to be really hard for her to get him off of there. Because now, I mean, now they're very short stacked. I don't know if she had enough chips to get him to fold there after that ace came. You can see again a lot of the players have switched back now. You got Jeremy back in there, Kevin back in there, Matt's sitting there. You got Josh playing a big stack now. We're looking down at pocket nines. Nobody wants to play with him. He raised to 5,500. Kevin's going to come along with 6, 7 of diamonds. I believe that one is Lucas. Again, I don't know those guys at all. but he looks like he wants to play this. We got a 3-bet to 17,000 with Queen Jack offsuit and a couple calls. We're gonna see a flop. Queen 7-5. Leroy or Kevin, excuse me, hits bottom pair. Lucas, I believe it is, hits top pair, and Josh still has those nines sitting right in the middle there, which would be good for better than second pair, but not as good as top pair. The nines go away to the 20,000 bet. Kevin's going to go all in. The interesting part of playing a tag team like this is now you have to go back to explain to your teammate why you lost all of your chips with middle pair. If you get called, and it does, and the call holds. He can't know, but he only has 3 outs. Has a 6 and a 7 have both been folded. Queen Jack is a nice hand, but it's not. I mean, it could be a king queen or an ace queen out there. Pocket fives, pocket sevens are theoretically possible. I like that it's not a snap call. He's pondering it. I think he's got. He has 57 to call. He's got 202, so it's a quarter of his chips to call. Looks like he does call. We're going to see a river card here. Just an 8. And another queen on the... Oh, the turn card was an 8. River card was a queen, excuse me. The turn did pick up Kevin some more outs. Kevin gets to go explain to Leroy why they don't have any chips left.
Come to Randy's Diner. Everybody's gotta eat. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Randy's Diner is a special treat. Good food is what we do. We're always cooking good for you. Have a seat, meet your friends. Come on in, let's all dig in. Come to Randy's Diner. Everybody's gotta eat.
Makes no difference to me.
If I start sending you pictures and stuff, can you do that?
I mean, the more time I have, the better it's gonna be, yeah.
Right, so, I mean, we're basically like 40 minutes away from our next break.
We can do this.
Diane is sitting on a short stack, looks down at ace 10. Anybody gonna get cards to play with her? She just called the 2,000, so everybody folds 2 just and Peter, Tim, whichever one's playing, is gonna get to see it for free. Tim Jacobs back in the seat. Diane flops an ace. Nobody else got any part of that. I don't really see much happening here. She's gonna bet 5,000 at the pot. I don't think Lucas can get frisky here and try to do anything. He looks like he wants to.
Use that one for now. I'll fix this one. Yes, I'll tell you why. But that one's good to go for it now.
There you see the guy that makes this all happen, Steve Madsen, walking around the background. Got an ace 10 and an ace queen out there. Ace 10 raised to 5K from Chad, or I believe Jeremy's sitting there now. Ace queen of. Oh, Josh plays the 9-7 and hits 2 sevens. I believe it checks around on the flop. We go to a turn of a king. No help to anybody. I don't know that he's going to get Jeremy to put more chips in. Kenny's willing to bet 15,000 at it. I would expect Josh to just flat call here. There's no flush draws, no real straight possibilities, but not really. I would say decidedly unlikely. A 4, that would have been a straight. That is a straight card if it. Maybe I was playing those, but they're not. 6-8 being the cards I'm speaking of. Josh is going to bet. We're going to Mike Columbus in, new player. Trying to remember who he's playing with. Dennis Sieb, I believe. Dennis is normally very active in the chat when we're doing this, so Josh does take that hand down. I see Pete Bushy checking on his teammate there. I believe that was Kay looking on a couple aces. Raising to 5,000, I believe. No, he just called the 2 with aces. Let's the blinds both see a flop. 5, 9, 10. Josh hits a pair. Kaylee checks. Kenny bets 5,000. Josh calls. Kaylee thinks about it and folds. I don't know if she was actually pondering a call or not, but she was just being thorough, I believe. Now the price of poker just got real. It's 20,000. I don't think Josh can call this. He might be able to find a raise. And he folds it. I think that is one of those spots where if Josh is playing by himself, he might actually find a raise there, but he doesn't want to have to look at Scott, because I know him and Scott don't know each other well. I think they probably met before today, but they weren't. I don't think either one of them had any idea they were playing together. Special thank you to all of our sponsors: Eagle River Utility Solutions, Tax Lady, Randy's University Diner, Ambitiously Lazy, and Subway of Park Rapids. Please support our sponsors.
So in between hands, are you able to talk strategy with your partner? Like, I'm seeing this guy give a tell, take a look at it on the table. I mean, how much talking can you do to your with your partner in between hands?
There's no real rule on that. It's really hard to talk a ton of strategy between hands. I mean, there isn't very long between hands, especially if you're playing them all the way through.
So you're not going to Belichick it up, have somebody on the sidelines record the other team so you can see their plays later?
Well, that's why I'm sitting here. I'm waiting for my teammate to get moved to the table so I can. We are on a 10 or 15 minute tape delay. I shouldn't even joke about anything like that. My partner is not at the feature table. If they get moved here, I will immediately be leaving the booth. No, it's, poker is a game that just lends itself to everybody plays a little bit different, right? I mean, yeah, you can put a lot of players into different slots or different groups, but there's a certain feel you have to have. I'm not saying some people aren't sharing certain things. Most of these guys have been playing poker forever. And it's really hard to, even though, like, take Josh and Tim there, because Tim and Pete have been switching back and forth, right? If Tim thinks something about Josh, that doesn't mean it's going to work when Pete's playing, because Josh plays Pete different than he plays Tim, because he knows both of them.
Right, but let's say Pete's just watching and sees something when Tim's playing that another player does when Tim's doing it. So, like I said, I know nothing, so I'm just asking questions.
So, I'm not saying some players don't have complete physical tells, but it's more rare for those tells to be 100% reliable than the movies would indicate. There are very few complete physical tells that I've ever found that I trusted.
How many of them did you have?
To my knowledge, I don't have any, but then certainly some players would say I have a couple. There are very few players that bust me consistently enough where I'm worried about it. You'll notice some players, a lot of players overbet when they're trying to bluff. But that's not, again, it's not always reliable, and it's not really that useful of information to share with your partner because it comes up so rarely. And you might have somebody else in here in a little while and ask them the exact same question. They might give you an entirely different answer. We got Mike and Dennis waking up with ace queen. Unless anybody else with the hands that have to be played. Josh will play the queen jack. Lucas plays the king five, or I believe it's Kenny's sitting there again now, isn't it? Chad and Jeremy play the ace four. Chuck and Pat play the king nine. So we're 5 to the flop.
How do you want me to send them to you? Just text it to me, or however you want to do it. Yeah, that should work.
King high flop. Lucas and Kenny flop top 2 pair, actually. Last time we had a big wide like this, somebody flop 2 pair. Chuck and Pat do catch part of this, so we got both as ambitiously lazy teams flopping top pair here. I believe it's Pat sitting there playing. Chad and Jeremy's playing. He picks up the gut shot. King 9. So Pat just hit the better 2 pair than Kenny. Mike and Dennis have essentially nothing. Ace queen. I mean, it's not good here. Kenny bets 30,000. I expect Pat to call. Oh, Pat goes all in. Jeremy folds. Mike folds. Now Kenny's got a thinker because he got 2 pair. But not top 2. And his friends, the other ambitiously lazy team, the other group of guys, he calls with the worst 2 pair. And the 3rd pair hits the board. Doesn't no good. And we're going to watch Heidi count off the chips. There you can see the chip counts. Chuck and Pat just going up to about 303,000. Again, that's should be fairly accurate. Never 100% accurate. Seldom 100% accurate. Just it's very hard to keep that. The chip tracker. There's a person sitting just off to the left of the computer screen right now. They have a very hard time keeping it exactly accurate. They do their very best, but it is, generally speaking, it's off. If you make one mistake, it just amplifies all the way through. Tony's back in the booth. Tony, you're back. Are you just letting your teammate play, or are you guys out?
No, let my teammate play, but I just laid down a set of 10s, and it was the right thing. Survived.
One of those things you learn as you play poker. Sometimes is it's not the big hands you win; it's the big hands you get away from.
Yep.
They make all the difference.
Justin was peeking over, my partner was peeking over my shoulder, saw what I had, and I laid it down, and he looks at me, I kind of folded that, and I'm like, yeah, it was tough. Speaking of 10s, I got a couple of them out there.
Yep. On the A-side flop, Chad and Jeremy with the, they just turned 2 pair.
Oh, I didn't know.
The trip hazard. I only agreed because I thought there was nobody back, basically.
Tony, have you ever sat and talked? Mike Columbus sitting here in, I believe, the 4 seat.
Yep.
Have you ever sat and just chatted with him?
Yeah, a little bit here and there.
He has had a very interesting life.
Yes, he has.
I mean, he's owned a small town bar in northern Minnesota. You get him talking about some of the stories there. He's had hockey teams stop in and party till 4 in the morning.
Yep.
He's just.
That sounds illegal.
I believe the statute of limitations. We got a crowd behind us now. Sean Fagerwick saying it sounds illegal, and I believe the statute of limitations is passed on that. I don't think he owns the bar anymore.
And it's only illegal if you get caught.
And they've just been caught.
Mike's a great guy.
Versus Ace Jack.
Ace Jack knocked out, huh?
All in.
So Tony just got the news that that's your partner right there, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, my partner sucks. He lost with aces. I don't know how he could do that.
Well, see, I put chips in, and then she put chips in, and then they turned cards over, and hers was better.
Yeah.
It's raw.
It's all right.
Good on that.
Oh.
Well, Tony, you got nothing to do for the next few hours.
Nope. I am bored.
Interesting dynamic when you're sitting in a different room and find out you just busted out of a poker tournament, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a first for me. I don't think I've ever done that before.
Never busted from a different room?
We could start another Survivor table.
We got everybody's favorite dealer, Cindy, and encourage them to go start another Survivor table.
Well, I'm not surviving very good today, so I don't know if that's a good idea.
Neither am I. I'm out too.
Cindy says she's out.
I think that was like the 4th time today Justin's had pocket aces. Guess it serves him right to finally lose.
I had pocket kings once. I lost.
Yeah.
Never had pocket aces today. Had pocket threes 3 times. Folded them twice. Tripled up. Tripped up. Flopped a set the other time and doubled up.
There you go.
No, I don't think I quite doubled up, but I picked up a bunch of chips. So.
Yeah, just a rounding error. No big deal.
Yeah. I might have actually doubled up, but it wasn't like a traditional double up. It might have been one of those where I took enough chips off 2 people to equal a double up. I don't know exactly, but it was something close to that. These are a bunch of hands that people get in trouble with after a flop. But nobody's got the king, so nobody's gonna get in real big trouble. Josh checked it once. I don't expect him to check that twice. Nope. He's gonna bet his, and nobody hit the jack. Run better, Josh.
Yeah.
Flop second pair with a 9 and have another overcard come and nobody hits either one of them.
Yep. Hey, if you can.
See, I play hands like, kings and 1 over comes and somebody hits it. He hits a 9 and 2 overs come and nobody hit either one of them.
Of course, you've never done that to anybody else either.
No, never. I mostly let people put their chips in when they're way, way, way behind their dad.
That's the goal. Few of them turn into zombies though and kick your ass, so it's all good.
I don't remember who told me once, but if you never put chips in bad, you're playing way too tight.
Yeah. Well, I must be playing perfect then.
Tony, if you look over your right shoulder, you'll see my partner.
Wow, that was quick for both of us.
We both just busted while we're sitting here doing the live stream.
I had top 2 pair and a river straight.
How did we lose, Sarah?
Tried to win 2 all-ins in a row. Didn't work.
Tried to win 2 all-ins in a row.
We won the first one.
What do we have the first one?
Ace 9.
Ace 9 and we won. Do we hit an ace or a 9?
Nobody hit anything.
Nobody hit anything?
Ace high.
So we won all in with ace high. That's not bad. What did we have the second time?
9s.
We
Next
pocket
time.
9s. And 9s didn't hold.
No. 9s didn't hold.
Were they at least good when we got it in?
Yes.
We got them in good? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be game for that. I don't want to go home yet. I don't either. I actually go that. Let's see. I'll go sign you up.
Okay. Be a little bit.
Scott Eckert's coming in for Josh again. So, Tony, how long have you been playing poker?
I played, stuff in the 90s in high school, that kind of thing, a little bit in college, but then, moneymaker boom, early 2000s really got into it. Yourself?
Yeah, well, I don't know that I played any in high school, but roughly the same. I mean, moneymaker boom. Certainly when moneymaker, almost everybody was playing poker there for a year or so, right?
Yeah, it was good money. 'Cause
Yes.
there were a lot of people that didn't know much of what they were doing.
And
I may have been one of them too, but it's okay.
Everybody starts somewhere. I mean, that's one of the things I always try to encourage people. Like last night, we sat here and did this live stream, and there was a couple people that had not played a lot of poker that were playing. And I chatted with them and just, go back, watch it. You can learn a lot. Every other sport people watch tape of themselves, right? Every other competitive sport might be generous with poker, but basketball players, football players, baseball players. I mean, baseball players watch their swing.
Yep.
Why would we not go back and watch ourselves play?
Nope, and I do too. Just looking for things. If I'm doing any tells, I don't realize things like that. So, yep.
Watch yourself. Watch and see what you missed. Watch and see spots. I mean, last night there were so many spots where somebody would have bet they take down a pot, and so many pots just went not where they had to go. I guess is that the best way of saying that?
Yep, yeah, exactly. And, I mean, aggression's rewarded. I mean, it sometimes bites you in the butt, but you know, there's definitely a time and a place for it in poker.
And you know, I've got a 6 and a 9-year-old. I coach both of them in some sports, and there's not a sport where aggression doesn't get rewarded.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I struggle to classify poker as a sport, but in a lot of ways, it plays like a sport.
Yep.
I mean, there's no one to be aggressive in every sport. There's no one to win to be aggressive. If you're playing baseball, there's times you want to steal second base. There's times where if you're down 4 runs, there's no point in stealing second base in the ninth inning, right?
Exactly. Well, and just, you know, in poker, I mean, being able to handle there's run bad moments, you know, things like that, or even you can last for months even where you just don't hit it.
You heard me start to chuckle when you said moments, didn't you? Because there's run bad years.
Yeah.
I mean, there's literally you can have stretches where you don't run the way you want to run.
Yep. Well, no, like I said, first half of 2022, I couldn't buy a bucket. It was just brutal. And then it just made a nice run in a couple of big tournaments and stuff, and did really well in the second half, so it all works out.
I had a nice run last weekend, aided in part by your chips.
Yeah, I was going to say I shouldn't get an assist for that one.
I'm giving you credit. I mean, it makes a fun story, right? But
Yep.
Throughout the day, for the most part, my hands held, and that's
Yep.
you know, to run good, you got to run good and catch some cards, right? I mean,
Yep.
In poker, you have to play good, and you have to run good.
Yep. No, exactly. I mean, you can play perfect, and you know, it just doesn't work out. You know, because I mean, you get it all in with pocket aces, somebody else's pocket fours. They got a 19% chance to crush your world.
Yep. I mean, you want those hands to hold up, and you know, the idea is to put yourself in as few of those spots as possible when you're at risk. I mean, the way you and I both play, we obviously like to, when we're going to get that hand in there, we want to survive even if we get sucked out on.
Yep.
We like to have enough chips where the other person's at risk not.
Yep.
And that's where aggression gets rewarded if you have more chips. Even if you get sucked out on that 19%,
Yep.
you still maybe have half or a third or a quarter of your chips.
Yep.
Now you got your work cut out for you, but you're not dead.
Yep. Well, and you want the call every time. I mean,
Yep.
so.
Hey, if you're going to pay me even money to win 20% of the time,
Yeah.
I mean, how much you want to bet and how many times you want to do it.
Exactly. This could be interesting with the threes.
3s against 9-7. This is where poker's actually involved in the game of poker, right?
Yep.
Sometimes it's not about the cards.
Once again, it's not a bad spot to 3-bet, and the call is fine too. You're set mining.
And here's an interesting dynamic to it. Kaylee is sitting there with 20,000, which is 6 big blinds is a very short stack, especially in a big blind ante tournament.
Yeah, I'm shipping it all in there.
Yeah, she flats.
Yep.
0 out of 1,000 times am I flat in there with 4s.
Yep. But
I would say probably 999 out of 1,000 times I'm putting them all in. And that other 1 out of 1,000 I'm going to just fold. And although she's a small blind, so she does get
a little bit of a discount.
She gets a little discount, and she gets the opportunity to see how many hands for free now.
Yep.
You can wait for something better. Because you just got a 9 just flopped. If you weren't willing to put them all in pre-flop, I don't think you can put them in now when 3 overs flopped, which when you got 4s, the odds of 3 overs flopping is astronomically high.
Well, and the issue is too is you got a couple big stacks involved, or a big stack involved, where they're gonna look you up even if they have nothing, pretty much.
I don't think 4s with less than 10 big blinds. I don't think 4s are getting anybody out. But At some point in time, you just have to
pick your spot. And
have chips, right?
yep.
I mean, she got 14,300 when blinds are 15,3. So it's 6,000 the big blind, essentially.
Yep. Well, she's got 2 rotations around the table, basically.
Yep.
And that's the old school way of looking at it now. It's just how many big blinds, a lot of times what they look at. But I still do the old school. And yeah, anything under 10, you're at risk. Anything under 5, you're just looking for a spot to get it in.
That's literally if I'm under 10, if it folds to me, I'm going.
Yep.
Like I want to be the first in the pot because if you're under 10, picking up the blinds is a multiple of your chips.
It's big. Yep.
I mean, you can go from 7 to, with a bit of big blind handy, you can go from 7 to 9.5 big blinds by picking up the blinds.
Yep. Well, the hard part is too, if you get it all in when you got nothing, you double up, it's still you're in a bad spot. So, all right, here we go. Here's a big hand.
That's Lucas now, right?
Yep.
Lucas picking up ace king of clubs.
Might get some action there.
Scott in the 10 seat with Jack 10 suited. Scott will fold
He
that.
laid it down.
So, and that's one of those seats that's got 2 entirely different. I shouldn't say entirely different, but Josh is significantly more active than there than Josh is more active than Scott. Make sure. Get myself all tongue tied over here.
Yeah, although it was a big bet, I think it was at 40 grand. I just noticed that. So that at that point, yeah, probably let her go. Imagine that, Chad Jeremy at the top of that.
Scott and Josh. Again, I think that's coming a lot from Josh because Josh is a very active player. We're right up there too, and that's it. So if you and I were taking team partners and we're switching, let's say every 10 hands or every blind level, it doesn't really matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's our pre-flop raise percentage going to be on a table like this where I don't see anybody that's I would classify as hyper aggressive? 46% is fairly aggressive.
Yeah, yeah.
But I gotta believe you and I are gonna be right around there, aren't we?
I would think so, yeah. Yep. You know, it depends a lot too. Who's to your left? Can you attack blinds there? Things like that. But there, ace queen.
Oh.
I think he'll look this one up with an jack 9. Hope he laid her down.
Jack 9 is one of those hands that gets overplayed by a lot of people, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. You're in the way too with the short stack and the 1 seat. It made sense there. I hadn't thought of that, but because there's a lot of risk that's all going in.
Wow, look at this. Ace, queen, king, queen all in, and pocket tens.
There's going to be some excitement here.
These pre-flop hands tell me that the flop's going to be something like 3, 6, 8.
Yeah, the odds would be in the favor of that, without a doubt. You've taken a lot of the big cards out.
I don't hate king, queen here, though, because,
No.
I mean, a couple of the aces have been chopped up. You got 14,000, but you're going to quadruple up, I think, because nobody's raised, right?
Nope.
Call. We got Dennis. Dennis might. No, he's not going to provide any protection. He's just calling.
Yep.
Yeah, Matt behind him even beat him in the pot. Dennis must have been out his call and tried to figure out how to get 12,800 in there. Let's see a king, a jack and a 9. Scott folded jack 9, didn't he?
Yep.
There's
there you
the
go.
ace. Dennis is dead because if the 10 comes.
Yeah. A little split action between those two.
Yep. And that's the problem with getting super short stacked, right?
Yep, exactly.
You just had to beat 3 players. I mean, you played flip and goes last night. You know how hard it is to win a. I mean, I was 10-handed at But
Yeah, I mean, the stack size isn't enough to chase anybody out, so there's no fold equity at all. And yeah, they're just going to say, okay, let's go.
that's fold equity is understanding the fold equity is paramount to playing this game, if you ask me.
Yep, I agree.
I think you and I play a reasonably similar. We don't play the same, but we play a similar.
Yep.
Similar style, similar game. I don't think either one of us wants to ever get away from fold equity because it's even more important for somebody like you and I.
Yeah, like correct. Yeah, because I mean, if I'm going to make a play, I got to make sure they can lay it down. I mean, that they're not in a spot where just mathematically they have to call, that kind of thing.
Hand number 41. It's about 3 minutes a hand, and are we not quite 2 hours in?
Yep.
So, what are we, 100 minutes in 41, so 2.5 minutes a hand?
Yep. And if we had a table where you have to worry about the readers and stuff, that's not bad, actually. That's about right where it should be.
Yep, that's...
There you go. Dennis looking them up.
Dennis with the pocket fours. Dennis flops the 4,
Bingo.
and it's Josh sitting there. Josh flops top pair. Not the greatest board for fours, though, because, 6-8.
Yep.
Chuck's sitting there playing now, but if he hits a 6, he's got him just crushed. Dennis bets.
Yeah, this will take her down, I'm sure.
Chuck is debating getting frisky, and he folds. Saturday, February 4th at noon, Wild Rice Double Stack Tournament. Come on out and play. Share House, Sunday the 5th, also at Wild Rice. That's a freeze out. $200 or $300, I don't remember which. But it'll be a good time. Good food.
Yep.
You know, last year I ran that tournament down there for Steve, and I showed up at the office, hooked up to the trailer, ran down there, and I had the wrong trailer.
Yeah, those chips were really cold when we started. I was there.
That was literally a couple of dealers that were there when we realized I had the wrong trailer. We had about 40 minutes for me to drive a half hour and get the other trailer hooked up.
Yep.
And get back. They had the chair set up so we could pull everything in. I think we started, 4 or 5 minutes late?
Yeah, it was pretty quick, but
I mean,
literally you touched those chips and they were like ice cubes. They were just, they'd been out in the cold.
I don't know if anybody's ever pulled a tournament start off as fast as we did that. It was, there was players in the parking lot helping me get back into a parking spot.
I think if I remember right, I arrived a couple minutes late and you hadn't started yet. You were just starting. I'm like, oh, hey, perfect. Then I sat down and found out why. I'm like,
Yeah, you got to be able to laugh at yourself, right?
Yeah, exactly. Everybody else does, so you might as well.
Everybody's going to be laughing at me. I might as well join them.
Yeah, this could be a little interesting.
So we got Jackson 6s for both of them.
And the 7's going to play right now.
7's going to play, and he's got a flush draw. How dirty would a 5 be?
Extremely.
5 of spades. Oh, it's 5 of spades already out there.
Oh, you called it. Oh, that's a tough one.
That is such a gross card.
That could be cost.
It's almost like Chad knows how bad a card that was. Any overpair, if you're worried about an overpair, it just got there, right?
Yep, exactly. Well, actually, it was there already with the 6s, but
yeah, good point.
But yeah, no, that one with that board texture, he's gonna lose some chips here, I think.
I don't see how he doesn't.
No,
But really, I mean, most cards were going to chop that, right? I mean, anything over 7 that wasn't a spade was going to chop it.
Yep.
Obviously, a 7 would have given him a better 2-pair.
The only thing that might save him is he's playing against the big blind, so the 6s and 5s are scarier. So he might be able to avoid the landmine just due to that.
Chad is an excellent, excellent player.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
And it's an all-in. I don't know if I love that bet sizing.
No. You might get called, you bet 50 or 40, whatever.
You
might get
you
looked
could bet
up.
up to like 70 or 80 probably and get
Even.
called.
Potentially, yeah.
But 172.
Yeah, because, I mean, the only thing that can call you is a 6, really.
Yeah, you're not holding the stone cold nuts either.
Nope.
You got to be very, very careful when somebody could have a better.
I think he'll get away from it, but it's a tough spot without a doubt.
The one thing about going all in is now if now he can't bluff the 6, right?
Yep.
You handcuff his bluff.
Well, the thing is, though, if you do bet that, 40 to 70, 80, whatever, you've just got to have it in your mind that, hey, if he goes all in, I'm calling.
Yep.
You have to decide that before you make the bet.
Yep. And the conviction to stick with it.
Yep. It's a tough spot, without a doubt.
So right now, is he pondering if he can fold? Is he trying to convince himself that he should fold?
I think he's just trying to convince himself that he has a 5 or a 6. And like I said, the fact he was in the big blind will probably save the day for him. If he was playing that like on the button or something,
I mean,
it'd be a lot tougher.
I don't think this is as tough of a hold as he's making because you got Jack 7. I mean, you got a pair of jacks with a 7 kicker.
Yep.
He calls.
Oh, he called. Wow.
He calls. Here's the bad news.
Wow.
He just called off 40% of their chips.
Yep. Unless he thought he had a read on him and he was just wrong on that. I mean, because part of the game is too, you pick up reads on people, and and sometimes those don't pan out like you think they will. So.
Okay, so Jason, the guy that's acting as producer, does not play poker. He was just asking me a little while ago if you, in between hands, is anybody able to share those reads or those tells or anything like that? And I'm like, it doesn't really work like that. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's really, every once in a while you have a player that will have a specific physical tell that you can pick up. There's not a lot of those, honestly, out there. A lot of it is betting patterns, feel, knowing the player, how they play, and the tells are more, for me, more of that. And then once in a while, like I said, I do pick up physical things on people where they do a certain thing in certain situations. But a lot of it's just feel. And one of the biggest things that I've done is I trust my reads. And every once in a while when they're wrong, it's ugly. But, that's what's gotten me to where I am to in my poker careers as well. So.
Mike Bedney wonders how you call there. I think we are both kind of wondering that ourselves.
Yep.
I just, the longer I looked at it, you're beat by Jack 8.
Yes.
Like it's.
Yep.
I can't. I'm. The more I think about it, I have a hard time inventing a hand that I'm good against. I can make that bet.
No, I'd have a tough time. And well, I think it's too Chat. He's a very aggressive player, and he had a feel that hey, it's this, and good players will trust that feel, and usually it's right every once in a while. It doesn't work out just like that.
I mean, as you were saying, I'm like, a lot of times, I don't even know what the tell is, but a lot of times there's something that's screaming to me.
Yeah.
You need to make this. Last weekend, I've mentioned already that I was playing good and running good. Last weekend, twice I called people down. Once I had 4th pair, once I had ace high.
Yeah.
And both times I was right. Like, both times I justified to myself of I really want the information, but I think both times I get away from that if there's not something screaming to me, you're good here.
Yep, exactly.
I couldn't. If you'd have been sitting there and asked me what the hell, how'd you make that call? I'd have been like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just wanted the information on what they had.
And that, a lot of time, you know, I think the more successful poker players, they develop those instincts and they're relatively reliable. I mean, we all have times where it goes awry and doesn't work out, but just, you know, and have the willingness to trust that read. You know, like when I laid down my set of tens,
Yep.
I had the read. My read was that I'm beat, and I did. And it was right in that case.
I have more times driven home thinking, why didn't I listen to myself?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Than driven home thinking, well, I'm glad I didn't listen to my gut these 3 hands.
Yeah.
And it's,
Well, and the tournament out in Devil's Lake that I placed 5th in New Year's, the final hand where I got knocked out in 5th, the player, you know, did a kind of a raise, and the second he did it, the way that he did it, he was screaming to me, aces or kings. I was telling myself that, and it gets to me in the big blind. I look down, I've got ace king. And so and I didn't trust my read, and I jammed, and he crushed me with pocket kings. But once again, in that case, honestly, I should have probably just trusted my read and laid it down and, hey, let's play the next hand. But the problem was the blind levels were at the point that, you know, it was 2-4-4, and I had like 4 million in chips. So I don't have a lot of chips to play. I'm short stacked, and that was why I convinced myself to do it. But in hindsight, I should have trusted my read and just laid it down.
As you can see, we got some more poker tournaments coming up. Friday, February 17th, right here at the DoubleTree. We got a turbo that Friday night. That Saturday, I believe we also have, I think that one's a $200. I should probably know these, since these are both tournaments I booked. But that is a freeze out on Saturday. That one might be the 300. We are, if you follow us, you play a lot of these, you're going to see that we're getting a lot more freeze out heavy. We're just seeing the numbers, and the feedback coming back is that people like freeze outs.
I prefer them as well. I mean, you know, it's that whole, you make a mistake, you're done, go home.
That's, and as my game's adjusted, I've come to not mind the rebuys as much, but for a long time, for me, and I think part of it is money's not as tight as it once was for me, but I didn't ever like being in that spot where I didn't know if people were trying to dump their chips so they could rebuy and get a bigger stack again.
Yep.
It was just one more thing for me to ponder.
Yep.
And that's,
Yep.
when you're a freeze out, it doesn't matter how much money you have in your bank. You've got one stack of chips and that's it.
Yep. And I prefer that too. Definitely.
To an extent, it's a great equalizer. Now, there are certainly some people that have enough money where they don't really even care, and they're just there for fun, and they might, an hour in, be bored and want to go home.
Yep. Well, and players such as Chad that we were just talking about, his style, you know, he like I said, he made that call back on that hand, and it's a tough call, and by the book, he probably shouldn't do it, but once again, he had a reason, and he's a damn good player, so I mean, you know, you hate to question that, and as I say that, neither one of us are still in the tournament, so we should probably, you know, respect that, but you know, it was probably a mistake, but you know, he had his reasons, and it wasn't right that time, so just gotta keep going.
I can assure you, as he tries to go to sleep tonight, he will ponder how he made that call.
Yep.
Or as he drives home, or,
Yep.
you know, it's,
Well, his wife's playing too, I believe, and she's gonna probably just kick his butt. Wasn't with him, but who knows?
yeah, him and Jeremy are playing together, and I believe their wives are playing together.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Yep.
I believe Jeremy's wife did not want to play with Jeremy.
Good choice.
That's,
Jeremy's a very good player.
you've probably heard me joke, but I told Steve that if we made husbands and wives play together and put the wives on the feature table and made the husbands comment, we could certainly pick up a new sponsor that was a divorce attorney.
Definitely.
So
Luckily, my wife's a very forgiving person, so it's all good. And honey, I hope you heard that.
clearly, yes, she has questionable judgment.
I didn't say she was, you know, had great judgment, but hey, it all works out. Nope. So, a little bit of interest here. The kings and aces out there.
I have heard people that aren't familiar with the poker world saying that we're not very nice to each other. because there's a whole lot of ribbing, like like Tony and I are doing to each other right now, going on at a poker table. For the most part, it's all in good fun.
Ooh,
That's a dirty river card.
that is a very dirty 2-pair for both.
Pete has
Scott
no
got-
idea how bad that card was for him.
Nope.
Scott grabs a stack of chips, goes all in.
Is there any way he can lay this down?
I don't know if he will here. What's his chip stack? What does he got to call? He's got 91,000, 30 big blinds. I think he can. I think Pete can get away from this because ace 9, ace 4. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying he will. I don't think most of our players can, but I think Pete can. Pete's played a lot of poker.
Yeah. Once again, too, the dynamic Scott versus Josh. If Josh does it, it's a lot harder to lay it down.
Yep.
With Scott, it's a little easier.
I don't think Pete could lay it down to Josh. But Pete and Scott have played a lot of poker together. I mean,
Yeah.
This is not the first time they've played a hand against each other. Yeah, it's 254,000 the pot. I don't know how much of that Pete can actually win though, because there's 100,000 in that Pete can't even win, right?
It'll be about 150. Yeah, he can take down.
Yeah, so he'll have about 240, 250 if he wins it. He won't win the pot, but that's what he's thinking he could win.
Yep.
So
With the blinds where they're at yet, he can get away from it. Now, if this was, 3 or 4 more levels on, that might change. I mean, just the pressure of those blinds.
So in this situation, he's thinking about it for a long time. Do you think he's more likely to call or fold the longer he thinks?
In this, I think fold. The longer he thinks, I think he's more likely to fold because he's trying to talk himself into it. Because your instinct is, hey, I got him. I got 2 pair. There's no way.
Well, you think you're good right up till he puts that giant stack of chips in.
Exactly.
And now you're thinking, could he be ahead of me? And you're going through all the scenarios.
Yep. Well, and I mean, you could have run into King 4. You could have been King 9 where you're crushed the whole way. All those are in play too. So.
And the play little you went. I mean, you can see it on the screen there, but Pete raises to 7,500. Scott on the button. Scott calls from the big blind, correct?
Yep.
It's a 4,500 call. Scott checks. Pete bets. Scott calls. Turn card. Scott checks. Pete bets 15. Scott calls.
Yep.
And again, Scott's got top pair. I don't mind the play. The river, he hits the 4.
I mean, the only thing he could be bluffing there is a missed heart draw, but it doesn't really make sense. I don't think that's viable. So that's the question you ask yourself: what could he be bluffing with, or what can I beat that would do this? And there's not much.
So one thing I didn't pick up on right away: Scott has been checking the whole way, and he just open shoves.
Yeah.
Do you like that play? You were calling, so you must have thought your ace was possibly good. Now you hit your 2 pair. Are you worried Pete's not going to bet?
My leaning would be to check it, let Pete. What do you call it? Yeah, he called. He couldn't get away.
He couldn't get away from it.
That's a tough spot. I mean, I can definitely understand.
So, and that's Pete and Scott are friends. To an extent, I almost feel like that might have been a mercy all in from Scott.
Yeah.
Of, hey, I just rivered you, go
Yeah.
the bleep away.
Yeah.
And Pete didn't catch the hint.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
Well, or they were friends at least. Not just teasing.
No,
But
Just keep talking.
so, and he's here sponsors up there again, but that's... every once in a while as poker players we do that because it's not... I mean, I busted you last week and we already went over the hand, but that... I could have probably bet less hoping you would call.
Yeah.
I literally jammed.
yeah.
Just to tell... I was trying to...
Yeah. Oh,
Trying
yeah.
to send you the telegraph of no, you're not good here.
I got the telegraph to my brain, just the mouth didn't cooperate with what I was trying to do. So
But that's,
who knows?
I mean, I literally, I'm like, I thought I sent a pretty clear.
Yeah.
That's because I didn't talk to you after. I mean,
Yeah.
You left, understandably. You left, and I was just as I was driving home or as I was playing later in the day and talking to various people because obviously everybody,
Yeah.
you get on break, everybody wants to talk about that hand because it was. Well, it was
Kinda
probably
idiotic.
It was probably the hand of the tournament up to that point anyway.
Yep.
And it just, I'm like, I thought I sent a pretty good message
yeah.
of, no, hey, I've got it here. And I just, no joke, when you said call, I really thought it was more likely that you had, that there was, the deck was bad than that you were making a bad call. So
No, I was getting that one out of the way for the year, so that way when I go to Vegas this summer, I don't have to worry about it.
So, Brian Barron explains to Mike Bedney, you make the call by sliding your chips in the pot. That is pretty much the gist of it. So,
Stuff ready for the pictures and stuff? Okay.
with that, I think we're on break, aren't we? We're gonna reload this feature table. Coming back in 15 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes, something like that. Thanks for listening.
Hello, players. This is Pete Bushy back and joined by Tom Stamba here in the booth at the 701 Poker Tour Kickoff Weekend. We are here for the team tournament. We're going to be showing our featured table players there on the screen while we talk about a few things. About 4 minutes away from kicking off action in level number 13. I believe the blinds are going to be what are we at? 2 and 4,000, Tom?
2-4.
4,000. Tom is still in the tournament. Me, unfortunately, am not, as you witnessed by the last hand of the level number 12. I could not lay down those 2 pair. I just could not get over the feeling that Scott was trying to bluff me there. So, oh well, we got some fun players here lining up for this table. I see Frankie Jackson and some other good players, so we should have some lively action, we hope. Again, this is a $150 buy-in per person, so $300 per team. They were playing their own single stacks up until the second break. Then they combined chips, and now we are 2 hours into having combined chip stacks. So I see Paul Johnson taking a seat at the table here. I just want to give a shout out to our sponsors here, which are Eagle River Utility Solutions, Tax Lady, Randy's University Diner and Randy's 2, Subway of Park Rapids, and Ambitiously Lazy. Now, Ambitiously Lazy actually for this team tournament sponsored a $1,000 tag team seat. They did a random draw once they combined tables. Tom, did you happen to notice who won that?
Yeah, very, very good player won that one. I heard it was Ron and Tom won it. And,
okay.
Yeah, just running pure this weekend.
You are, Tom. So that was a $1,000 just giveaway that our sponsor, Ambitiously Lazy, Chuck Stahl and his partner, put up for it, and they drew a random table, and I got the winner right here in the booth. So that's good for $1,000 buy-in for their team to go play a team tournament together, 500 each, whatever they want to do. So looks like we are getting ready to go. They are all getting seated here. We'll get some, there we go, we're live. So we'll get some cards in the air here. We are at 2 and 4,000. I believe we started with 42 teams. Last I heard, we are in the low 30s right now. About 4,000 up top for first place. We are still quite a ways away from the money. I think we're still 4 tables, so we're still getting there, but it's going to start going a little quicker now with blinds of 2-4 with the big blind ante of 4,000.
Yeah, I think the average stack is somewhere around 150, so you're looking 40, 45 bigs. So it's another level or two in about an hour. It's going to start going fast.
And you and your partner are still in. What's your stack at?
We're sitting around 70,000, so we're a little low. So we're pretty close, and we're sitting about 15 bigs, I think, last I looked. So.
All right. Better not to watch, basically, and just hope you go back to the table.
Exactly.
You guys have been switching off every break?
Yep. Yeah, we go every break. And again, I've never played with Ron before. I had a partner. I was going to play with Steve Ballon. A few things backed out, and had a different partner. They didn't show, so.
Well, we have you're not the first person that Scott, who knocked me out, had never met his partner before today either. So it was interesting. So as we get going to the action here, so you're going to see 2 names on each one. We will hopefully know who those are based on a little bit of just knowing these players. So they're not in any particular order. Oh, we got Tiny and Frankie on the table. It looks like Frankie is starting out. That should be an interesting matchup. So we're at 2 and 4,000. Button is in the 6, it looks like, to start. Frankie's going to come in for a raise here. We are at 13,000. Do we not have any audio from out there?
No.
Not that you've been able to hear? Okay. And looks like he takes it down. That was an easy first one. So I see Dave Sheppy on the table. I think him and his wife are playing. Paul Johnson with Andrew Knorr. I believe that is Melissa, who I'm guessing her partner is Katie. Frankie and Tiny. I see Tim Scott's head on the table. I'm not sure who his partner is, but a lot of regulars on this table. We did a flip and go last night. Tom, How'd you do on the flip and go tournament?
Got down to third, and I got a little under $1,000. A very fun way to play. Some of you guys out there, if you haven't played the flip and go, I like it to you guys combo it with a tournament today. And it was really fun. I tell you, the first 2 hours were really fun. And it's a low entry, but with that many entries for a $55 entry, you end up getting $2,300 for first.
Yeah,
that's a good value.
And we had no idea what to expect. Obviously, the flip and goes have been very popular online. They did it the first time at the World Series this year, and it was very popular. What do we got going on here? Sixes, looks like raised, and
small blind came in at 10-8 of clubs.
Yep. And that must be Bob because it doesn't look like a Marie on there. So this must be Aaron Rapp and Mark Duffner, I'm guessing, probably, with Aaron Rapp playing right now.
And a good C-bet with the sixes there.
Yep, just takes it down, pretty standard. So here we got anywhere from 18 bigs to 110 bigs. Wow, so Frankie and Tiny must be near the chip lead of the tournament. Those chips you're seeing on the table, those pink chips are 1,000s. The blue chips are 5,000s, and the yellows or golds are 25,000. This past break, they just took off the 100s and 500s.
And
so
Tiny and Frankie are going to be tough with that chip stack. They're going to play it aggressive. Tiny a little more than Frankie, and so you're going to have to call a little lighter. And I'm not criticizing Tiny at all. I like how the way he plays. You got to open your game a little bit.
That doesn't seem like Tiny's play.
But you do. You just have to open your game up a little bit and be willing to call, because he is going to put pressure on you, and that's what I like about him. He does. He'll put pressure on you. He got me to fold a big hand with about 60 grand in the pot, and I had king, top pair.
Looks like Tim Scott's going to raise it up. Ace 9 of clubs, folding around to the button. I'm not familiar with Bob here. Most of these other players I've at least played with a little bit. Folds around to Frankie.
Frankie's not going to fold here, I don't think.
Not with the chip lead that he's got. He's got to be up there in the top 3 or 5 chip stacks of the tournament. 434 is looking pretty good.
But it is a pretty big opening to 18, but I still think
he's going to make the
Frank,
call.
And he's going to call, yeah. And Tim and Ben don't have a big set. They got 16 bigs behind, so it's going to be interesting to see how he navigates this here.
And bam, hits the ace. Looks like, I saw the all-in. Frankie only has a gutter ball, going to get out of the way. So pretty standard there.
He needed Tiny in there because Tiny would have snapped.
Tiny might have moved it all in before he got to the all-in. So Aaron Rapp and Mark Duffner. That's going to be a tough combo as well. So there's some interesting teams out there. There were some husband-wives. My wife was smart enough to realize not to pair with me. She partnered with Ashley Halfdahl, very solid player.
Ashley plays very well. Yep. She really does.
They're also doing a Survivor tag team tournament, and I know Ashley's been letting Gina do most of the playing in the main tournament while Ashley's been working the Survivor tournaments. But
I hope they weren't sharing money, because I took all of Ashley's on the last hand in the Survivor tournament.
Oh, I don't believe they were.
Okay, good.
So here under the gun, we got Aaron and Mark picking up pocket sixes. Going to open it up to, looks like 17 probably. God, it's weird with no table noise here.
Yeah.
Just listening to ourselves.
And who was Paul's partner? Andrew. I'm not sure.
Andrew Knorr.
Okay.
Yep.
Paul's solid player.
Paul, very really good flip and go player.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, he was a double. It's kind of like me. Yeah, I mean, I won 2 flip and goes.
Paul won his first 2, I believe.
Oh, so wow. He's a lot better than I am.
Yeah.
But then he was out really early. So.
Oh, my God.
There we go. Nice flop.
Yeah, check. Good check by Mark. See if he can get anything out of Tim and Ben.
Just hope a king or a queen comes.
No kidding. Hope they hit something. And Tim completely airballs the whole thing. Just flops. Not the nuts, but it flops pretty good.
Boy, it would have been nice to see a king or a queen on the Tournament River for him.
That would have been
good. Make a little money then.
But for those that aren't familiar with flip and go, so we'll get back to that a little bit. So that is essentially, it was a $50 buy-in. You get a table of 10. So we started this at 5 o'clock. As we reset the stream here, you'll occasionally see us going to looking at next tournaments, things like that, like coming up here is that next weekend? 2 weekends. We are off next weekend, but we got tournament the 4th and the 5th. So occasionally between hands, we'll cut to certain things. But the flip and goes, as we watch this hand play out, is a $50 buy-in. Start at 5 o'clock, and we had 10, 20 players that showed up right then. The first 10 players all go draw a seat. They are all in on the first hand. Whoever wins that hand basically is in the money and then qualifies for the tournament that continues at 7 o'clock. And per North Dakota rules, you can only be in for $300. So you had 6 shots to basically get in and a 1 in 10 chance. So like I fired all 6 bullets and didn't get any of them. Oh, we got an all in here from Tim and Ben, ace jack, 93,000. And gonna get through. So not much action there, but Tom, for example, he fired, I think he fired all 6,
all
right?
6. Didn't come through to the 5th and 6th.
You got 5 and 6?
Yeah, 5 and 6.
So he got 2 stacks. He was 0 for 4. It was interesting. Sometimes one pair won,
Yep.
and another time I saw a full house and a straight lose to a higher full house on the river. So it was interesting the way that some people played it. Some wanted to look at their cards first. Some wanted to draw it out with the action and
But
look at them
it made it really
afterwards.
fun. It's like I said, I love how you guys are starting to evolve with little different turns for. This is a smaller tournament, but it's fun. You do that Friday night. You're going to get somebody like me that lives a couple hours away. I'm going to come and play that, stay in the hotel, and get to play today because I like to play, and it makes it. Like I said, last night was just really fun. It really was a fun way to play.
Well, and I had totally forgot about it because Steve sets up all these. He does a great job. Oh,
Here's a nice hand for Bob.
There we go. He's going to pick up pocket queens and raise it up to 12K, so a standard 3x raise. But that's exactly what we're looking for, is just give some variety. Let's see if he's going to get a little action from the big blind with ace 3 of hearts, so that's pretty standard.
So
This
an
must
ace
be
is hitting the flop.
correct. So
If you're sitting with those queens.
we got Rob against Bob.
Oh, we're going to have a little action
Couple
here.
hearts here. Yeah, he's not going anywhere. He might actually lead at this too, which it looks like he is. 15,000, and queens are looking at this like 8 high.
Yeah. And with 14 bigs, he's not going to fold.
No, well,
I mean, he's going to be in. This is going all in for both of them right here.
Yep, I don't think you can really get away with the. There he goes.
Very good. Yep, he's going to snap, and I think that's a very good call with that kind of stack right
Just
there.
making sure, like a TV table. Yep, ace 3 of hearts in, and he's got they're basically a coin flip. He's got 1 over and the heart draw, so it is basically a coin flip here. You can see all the outs at the top of the screen. A 10 is no help, and
He got it. I saw the fist bump. Was it ace or heart? Ace would be really dirty.
She pushed it up possibly too fast, so she pushes what the cards that play, but see if it registers here. But it obviously was an ace or a heart, so the fist
standard,
pump. The fist pump gave it away. And looks like the queen's still gonna have 71 left. Is that right?
I think so.
Must be.
Yep. And we'll see where they go. But I'm pretty sure I thought he had 100 and something. But that's tournament poker late right there. You got to win those right there. You have to. I mean, and with ace 3 of hearts, your ace is good. And, you got 12 outs. It's basically your 55-45. It's just basically a coin flip. He doesn't look happy though.
No. And I mean, can't fault Bob there for or Rob.
No, that's just poker.
We got Bob and Rob, so it's going to be a little confusing. And they're both with Sherry, Rob and Sherry, Bob and Marie. It's going to be a little confusing.
But going back to your Friday tournament, that flip and go, the smartest thing you guys did for that, and I love, and I'll be the first. I mean, I don't like criticizing, but I'll be the first to say I don't think that's a good, tournament plan or value. But because the first thing I thought, well, okay, you're going to come out there and you do a flip and go. This is going to be done in an hour. Well, what do you do now? Well, so you guys gave $5,000 for every entry to play a free roll, and then what'd you give? 350 seats, 150 seats?
Was 3? They upped it to 4 actually because it was going so long. So we gave away $600 worth of tournament seats.
But again, now people get to play.
Yes,
and that's what they want. They want to come and play.
Yep. I mean, I think a few people left, but we had almost everybody stuck around. And if you busted out of the main, you still got to come in. So, and it's more of a laid back type of thing. I mean, if you want a serious $300 game, that was not your thing.
No,
but people,
still good value.
For $50.
Yes, it's like and I thought we were talking. We always make our little side bets with some of these poker players, and somebody said, "Oh, they're not going to get 100." I said, "Oh, they'll get way over 150." I said, You only need 30 people. They're all going to throw 6 bullets, because they're going to want 2.
Almost everybody did. I saw a few 2s and 3s.
Anybody that
like
threw a 2 or 3, I really give them credit because I don't have that in me.
A couple people only did that because they. We're still on.
Yeah, still. So it was the King of Hearts that hit that river.
Oh, there we go. Now we got the action.
Yeah, but he hit the King of Hearts.
But yeah, it was. I was really glad they did the free roll afterwards.
Yeah.
That we did. I should say we, but Steve set it up.
Yeah, no, and Steve did a great job on that. And again, it got people involved, kept them here, helps the hotel, it has people here eating, drinking, and it's.
I mean, side bets aren't authorized, but I might say that I saw some side bets going.
Yeah,
on.
no,
So
I never seen any of that.
It was and. Just watching the action on the free on the flip and go tables. I mean, there was a crowd. You got your 10 players, and there must have been 15 people standing around watching it.
Yeah, I was done after an hour.
Yeah,
and it went for another hour. I just sat there and had a couple beers and watched because it was fun to watch.
It was definitely a good vibe there. So it was fun, and we're trying to do this team tournament, something we haven't done. We'll probably do one flip and go a year.
Yeah, and that's exactly. Now I think Bob here, I think he's going to be frustrated. He got beat by Hearts, so I think he's going to go in with the 5-6 Hearts here. Or did he limp in? No, he called, I think.
Yeah, he just limped here.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Which at this stack, with that kind of stack, it's tough. And I believe me, I hate being critical. I hate when I hear people talk about, oh, you should have done this. Poker is a tough game when you're on that table. And like I said, I can go back to your hand that Pete
right
went out
to me.
and when he had to call, when I saw your hand when you called, I'm never laying it down either. And it's just, but I give you credit. You thought probably 2 minutes longer than 90% of the people. They would have snap called. And you're trying to, and I can make an argument on that hand right there. Some people say, oh, it's an easy fold. That's an easy call. Hey, that's poker. You haven't been on the table with these people. You got to see who am I playing with? How long have I played with them?
Exactly.
What kind of action have we had with each other? And it makes a difference.
And Scott and I go way back, so we have a lot of history. So a lot of things are running through my mind. And a lot of things go in, especially a team tournament. You don't want to bust you and your partner out.
Yep.
Like that's one of the last things you want to do is bust your partner out. So there's a lot of things that. I didn't want to look like a fool if he's bluffing me with ace, not ace high, but if he's bluffing me with a heart draw that missed.
And it hurts that it's on here because you're going to get to see it. Where if you're not on this TV table, you may say, you know what, I'm going to fold because nobody's going to laugh at me because I folded 2 pair.
Exactly.
And but the way the hand played out, and I do like his bet on the river, where because he had the dynamics with you, he way overbet. If he had a hand that good, most people are trying to get some value on it.
Correct.
If he bets 15,000, you're snap calling.
Oh, instantly.
But when he went that much, in my mind, I'm like you. Why doesn't he want me to call?
Correct, and I'm looking at it both. I know Scott is a good enough player. Scott's won a Heartland Poker Tour event. Scott's a good player. He's been off the scene a little bit lately, but good player. I mean, he can make a bluff. I'm going to make it look like a bluff when I got 2 pair. Now, I could have easily had 2 better pair. He's taking that risk.
Exactly. That was a big
ace,
risk.
9, stuff like that. I mean, I opened on the button. I played for an hour on that main table and had not won a hand. So, meanwhile, Rob raises here. He's got the 156 stack and gets it through. We got Tiny still 414. Bob and Marie with the 9 bigs. They're starting to get into the danger zone.
Yeah, and you look at everybody here. Within an hour, everybody here is now going to be sitting on that 30 to 40 bigs, and it's going to slowly go for the average stack, and it's just going to slowly go down.
Yep. It's interesting. I don't know if you noticed on that table, Matt Wolf and his partner, they were switching every hand.
Yeah, every hand, yeah.
That was interesting.
Different dynamics, and it does make it a little harder for the people at the table saying, okay, I got 2 people to play with.
Correct.
And again, Matt and his partner, rock solid. Matt is a really, really good player.
Josh Manley and Matt Wolf.
Yeah, it's a tough team. If they get some chips, they're going to be, you're going to have to earn them from them. You're not going to get any free chips from them.
There are some very solid teams out there. That's for sure. Tom's checking the clock because he's got to go play a hand.
No, I just had somebody text me.
All right.
We're probably better off if he stays out there because I'm going to ship it quick.
It's like sometimes you don't want to bust your team, but you also don't want to be on the sideline. It's a weird dynamic. With
last thing I told Ron, we had 15, 16 bigs at the start of this level, and I love that. It's one of my favorite sayings in poker is, in order to live, you got to be willing to die.
Wow, Tim Jacobs. Speaking of that, Pete, keep talking about how you cost us this tournament. Thanks, Tim.
Well, you know, Tim was over there saying, fold, fold.
Yeah, he can concentrate on drinking now. We just got a question. How many teams are remaining? Last we saw, there's 4 tables, so we're somewhere between 27 and 36. We're kind of isolated and on a 10-minute delay here. I'm going to guess we're right around 30, 32. I believe top 9 are cashing with a min cash of, I think it's between 300 and 400, basically. Get each partner their money back with about 4,000 up top. So...
But going back to your, you guys have done such a nice job with this tour, and you've taken advantage big time. And I live in northern Minnesota, and all the casinos have shut down their poker now. I heard Walker's going to bring the cash games back, because that's a rumor I heard, but no tournaments. And so, here we got 2 big hands.
Yeah, a couple good players here too. So Aaron Rapp raised it up to 12,000 with ace 10. Tiny or Frankie gonna 3-bet it to I didn't even see 42,000. And Aaron lays it down. Good fold.
And both pretty big stacks, weren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the top 2 stacks right there. So yeah, just not wanting to get involved, and he made the right laydown. I mean, didn't have to the 2 overs. He was dominated. So. And
that's a tough hand for me. When ace 10, when I look at something like that, if somebody 3-bets me, and ace jack, ace queen at this level, it's hard for me to fold. But that ace 10, I don't know, that's kind of the magic for me. It
shrinks up pretty quick.
It really does.
And then, bam, Mark gets, or Aaron, I'm sorry, gets 7s right away. Aaron Rapp, great player from Jamestown area.
Yeah, he is solid. I played with him earlier. I've never played with, that's Aaron in the John Deere, no, in C3.
You haven't played with him before?
No, I thought he played really well today. I thought he played really well.
He's won a lot of our tournaments. He's cashed in many MSPTs and I believe WSOP events. So he's rock solid. I believe. I see his partner's Mark. I think that's Mark Duffner, who was 3rd in our Player of the Year. He's been playing really solid lately. What do we got? So
got a couple set minors going here. 7s versus 3s. Frankie's thinking about it. He's got 5-6 suited in the small blind.
I definitely don't mind that. Chip lead.
Yeah. The only thing I hate playing the small blind out of position like that. A lot of times I will actually re-raise with a hand like that.
And 6, 10 jack, all diamonds. Nobody has a diamond in their hand. Tim and Ben actually hit the top pair there. The 7s are going to lead out since they were the initial raisers. So they're going to c-bet 16K. We get the folds from the 3s. Frankie with bottom pair is going to lay it down as well. Tim with the top pair. Going to make the call. Oh, the 3s. Look at that.
Wow. That's so sick. And then he's I guarantee the 3s right now are praying a diamond hits the river. Just, oh, and it does.
It does, but it didn't
doesn't make any difference. But I'm just saying, it's like, oh, I feel better now.
That's going to be interesting. Now, that's a good bluff card for either one of them. It really is.
On the 7s, and the way I watched him play today, I would not be surprised at all to see.
Well, especially if
C3 make a bet here. No.
Check. Okay.
And that's tough because you think somebody's got to have a diamond.
Well, and the 7s are probably only going to win if they bet there.
The only way they can win. Yeah.
So he was already either behind the jack, or they were, like which one was he on? Was he on the diamond draw, or did he already have me beat?
And they both have, close to 50 bigs in that range, so they're sitting pretty good.
You like my comment?
You need a nicer partner.
Watching you.
There's no one allowed back here. You just Tim Jacobs in the room and giving me crap from the bleacher seats here.
I would have folded king deuce.
He didn't. He raised it. That's what I like about it. And that was a good button raise. It was folded to you on the button.
Yes, it was. And Scott made a comment as he calls. He's like, I can't let you win your first pot A on this table.
And he didn't.
And he did not. Correct.
Hello?
It's all right. Nice job.
In good.
Wow. These might be turned up on
King queen clubs against queen, maybe. 9 of spades. Flops a queen, he goes around a runner spade.
Oh, jeez.
And the river card is the same, so I've ended up with 2 pairs.
It was great playing there. We got to figure out that we get that 1,000 a day or what we do.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
Check with Steve out there.
Okay.
That didn't look like good news, Tom.
Nope. I'm out. Got it in good though.
Got it in
Got a
good?
king queen versus queen 9.
Yeah.
All in pretty.
Wish I could say that.
Yeah, he did that twice and he lost. Well, he lost one and chopped one. So Ron played really well.
Oh, what do we got here? We got basically, Tim and Ben at Broadway here. 2 people at Broadway, and Aaron and Mark are just kind of in the middle here with the king here. So we got 15K bet from Tim with Broadway. Aaron thinking about it. I can't see him calling
No, I
here.
don't see not with one behind you, but he's gonna.
Wow. Now, so Andrew took over. Oh, we don't got a very good shot on this here. I might need to go change these camera shots because this should now be pointing at Paul and Andrew. And he's all in.
I love
Yep.
that. That is such a good bet right there. With the 3 spades, it's like, I don't know.
Correct. Puts Tim in and he's all in, and yeah, okay, so they're gonna chop. Which they got 15K. They got kind of chop up an extra 15K here. I'm gonna go check these cameras real quick, Tom.
Okay.
Because that should have been pointed at Andrew when it was his turn. So I'm gonna just check the cameras, what's pointing at what when it's their action. So I'm gonna let you fly solo for a minute.
Okay, and that helped Paul and Andrew up quite a bit. Got them up to 32 bigs. That was a good pot for them. But if you're out there and you like to play poker, 7-1 Poker Tour does a nice job. It's the players treat you really well. There's not a lot of, it's fun. People give you a little grief here and there. But if you haven't played a lot of poker and you want to play, don't be intimidated. People are going to be friendly on the table, especially if you haven't played a lot. And it's a great place to learn. And they're not huge buy-ins, but they're pretty good. They get enough volume to where the payouts are really good. Not too many hands coming here yet. Paul and Andrew calls with the ace-8. Very early position. Frankie. He's going to call at least. I know that. He might raise. Yep, that's a good raise. And that's going to probably pull it down for him in this right here. So Frankie in the cutoff, unless we have a hand coming up. Oh, here comes ace-jack. Ace-jack in the big blind. All right, so we're going to go 3 of the flop. And the jack is going to pull this one out. Not a lot left for anybody else, really. So Rob puts out a bet of 15,000 into about, 45 it looks like, 48. So about a third. He's probably going to get the fold here. Just see if Frankie believes him. Frankie at 402K might think, I got enough to play here, but I think he's going to find the fold. And he does. If he would have had one heart on that flop, he might have called just to see if he could backdoor a flush. Hoping he hits an ace, and he didn't want to hit the ace. The ace wouldn't have been good. But Frankie, Tiny, still sitting with about 100 bigs. Have everybody on this table almost doubled. But the double was a nice place to play too. I love it. I like coming here. I like playing the Friday and Saturday. Got a nice place to stay. All right. Paul's got ace-jack there. Under the gun. I'm going to see a raise here, if not. He just doubles it to 8K. Not a lot of hands coming after yet.
Is that audio thing immediate then? I think I have to do a reconnect.
And Jack 10. Let's see what we got here. 8 to call. And he calls. The Jack 10's in.
9-10 calls for sure.
9-10 clubs.
Best hand ever. 9-10 suited.
Just picked you guys up.
And I think she's in. Yeah, she's in for 6. We got 3-way action.
No, just like
Anybody stabs at this one, they're going to take it. Ace of diamonds would be tempting. I also got the gutter ball for the 3.
We'll see if my camera fix takes effect immediately. It was,
So should we go over to Paul right now and then?
we'll see. It might,
Yeah.
since it's on a delay, I don't know if it'll take effect
Yeah.
immediately or when the delay. We might also get some audio here pretty soon.
I love that. Is that Paul there in seat 8?
That's
Or
Andrew.
Okay, so that was
That's
a great
Andrew.
bet by Andrew. I like that.
Yep.
You know, definitely not a razor flop when you look. You know, most people are putting you on paint or some, all 3 low cards, but he does have the wheel. He's got the backdoor flush draw. One little bet like that, you don't have to go big, but a small little 1/3 pot bet and pulls it in.
See who wants to stick around, basically. So
Everybody else you talk to, yeah, whenever I see bet, they always call me. When they don't have it. But,
Exactly.
No, you have to see bet. See betting's a big, big part of your game. And I like to, again, everybody's different, but I like to see bet based on the texture. If I'm the pre-flop raiser, even if I don't hit, if I got ace queen, the flop comes, king or a jack in there, I'm probably going to take a stab at it.
yep, kind of have to.
But if the flop comes 5, 6, 8, and I raised an early position, well, okay, either got an overpair, or I don't have anything.
So what do we have here? 10-7. Aaron raised it up 10-7. Got a call from the big blind. Ace, deuce, deuce. Not much for either player. Aaron going to do the continuation bet, and unless Andrew's going to get a little...
It's going to get through, yeah.
Yep.
Very good.
That's where the C-bet works. You're
Yep.
kind of representing that
Yep.
ace.
As they say, it is hard to make a pair.
What about 2-pair, like I did?
I know. That's why I'm never folding your hand.
Oh, well. Now I got to come back and commentate, so...
That's the worst thing about poker, because you'll think about that hand for about a week until you play next. It's like, "Ah,
For me,
gee."
it would probably be a lot longer, too. I don't get to play that often.
Okay.
We luckily had a babysitter tonight, and my wife almost never gets to come out because I get to, sometimes I'm one of the option people
Yeah.
where I'm coming to work if
Yeah.
we need dealers or anything like that, floor people. And then sometimes I might get to play. Sometimes I might be working the whole day.
Yeah.
So
That's another thing I compliment you on your dealers. I've played so much poker different places, and you got some dealers that can, they can get rude, they can get, and man, your dealers.
I will put our dealers up against a lot of
Yep.
professional
Yep,
rooms.
and they'll take it. They'll take, and a dealer shouldn't have to take the abuse. It's up to the players on the table sometimes, because if the players get mad, they kind of check them at, and your dealers do a great job. They really do. And they deal quick. You get a lot of hands in.
Yep. Oh, I appreciate that. Here we got a little action here. Melissa raising it up with Jack 10
Frankie ain't gonna.
under the gun.
This is gonna go to 40 or 50.
Frankie,
I'll bet with Frankie.
Ace King 3
Yeah,
bet to 55.
So yeah, he takes the big bet up there.
And I like that with Ace King. You want to just
yeah.
you're using that stack to pound people right now. And they got 194. Oh, all in. Bob gonna ship in his last 32.
He's not gonna
Hoping-
like what he sees.
No, he's gonna hope. He was hoping he was on live cards here.
Yeah.
You got Melissa, and unfortunately,
And he
Melissa
took
folded one
that
of his
tough one
tens.
earlier with the
Yeah.
flush. I mean, that would have been a nice chip stack they would have had.
He's gonna need to hit a 10 and a 10 in a hurry here.
Yeah, but a good player here hits a 10. That's the difference between a good and a bad player.
You hit your card,
Yeah, you hit the 10.
Yeah.
A good player hits a 10 right there.
And Bob and Marie gonna go out there. It says in eighth place on the table here, but so yeah, he lost that big hand with the queens. I would guess with some people moving here, maybe they're on just rotating around a little bit.
But yeah, that was a tough hand he took on the queens, because again, there he was at close up to 150 to 180, I think.
Yep.
It was a pretty big pot, and it's just, he got it in good and just didn't hang on.
I'm guessing it might have been a level change. Maybe that's why we got some new players on.
Oh, yeah.
I see Sherry, one of our dealers. She was, she must be partnered with Rob there. So.
Yeah, I saw her now. So she was dealing earlier, and then all of a sudden I thought I saw her playing. I'm like, oh, I must have been looking wrong. So
No,
okay.
at the break we had one guy without a partner. He
Okay.
jumped in hoping to find a partner,
Yep.
and Sherry said, "Yeah, I'll play."
Okay.
So obviously, when everybody was playing their own stacks, we had twice as many tables.
Okay.
So we were able to get a few dealers to jump in and play. I know
And here Sherry raises.
she picks up ace queen
Ace
first
queen.
hand and takes it down. So
So in seat 10, then who's that in seat 10? The young lady in 10.
that is Melissa
'Cause
3.
she was dealing 2 today, wasn't she?
Nope.
Oh, wasn't she? Okay. See, I thought I saw her dealing.
She deals for Rough Rider Poker, I believe.
Okay. See, I thought she was dealing
And actually,
today.
I think she does the feature table for them sometimes. So her husband, or I believe it's her husband, Jeremy, he's partnered with Chad Fowler, who was on our me and your table when we were on the feature table. I believe it's the two wives are playing, Sherry and not Sherry, Katie and Melissa, and then Chad and Jeremy are playing. So
all right, let's get Frankie out of there. I want some tiny in there. I want some
there we
action.
go.
That'll liven this table up. That chip stack's going to go to 800 or 150 real quick.
well, and because that's not Tim anymore in seat 2. So this is Ben. I don't know. I can't see underneath the hat, so I don't know Ben. Oh yeah, we got Mark Duffner there in the 3 chair now.
Okay.
Tracy Sheppy, she switched with her husband Dave. So we got a call of 6,000. So blinds went up to 3 and 6,000. So 15K in orbit right now. This was a 50K starting stack for the 150, and you could re-enter or surrender if you didn't like what your stack was. But
And again, a really good structure, because when you look at how many teams were alive, even after 10 to 12 levels, I think we only lost 2 or 3 teams, which tells you, well, when you combine stacks, if you had to re-enter, you got
Correct.
100K, you're coming back to 100 big blinds, and that's not really common in a lot of tournaments.
no. And, as sad as it is to say, you said, a lot of the poker rooms shut down. I think a lot of the tours put on by charities had something to do with that. Because there was, every casino had poker rooms back in the day. And then both Rough Rider, Poker Tour, Dakota Poker Tour, 701 now for the last 3 years. A lot of these were putting on good tournaments. And honestly, the tournaments that a lot of the casinos were putting on they were structuring them there to get people in and out. They were taking a big rake, and they wanted them to go play slots or table games.
They don't want, like on their daily Saturday at Northern Lights, that starts at noon. They want it done by 5 or 6 o'clock. So now you're playing a 6-hour tournament, and it was a $150 tournament. That's real. Now if you're smart, you know how to play, and you understand, because the structure starts really slow, but then all of a sudden by the time you get to the 4th, 5th hour, the blinds start doubling and tripling to where you got to realize, hey, I just went from 60 bigs down to 20.
Yeah,
in
you
30
really
minutes.
have to watch the structure and adjust your game.
Yep,
So
exactly.
a lot of people don't look at that though. So.
And but if you want playability, there's a nice hand.
Under the gun, Mark wakes up to kings and raises it up. We're a little behind on the action tracker here. Raise it up to 14.
Oh, Sherry, this is
Did
going to
she
be
3-bet it?
She has to.
I would assume so.
Now these are 27, 30 bigs. It's getting all in for me either hand. If I got the queens, I want to get it in
3-bet
pre-flop.
to 25.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we saw Leah looked exasperated by ace deuce of diamonds. It's going to fold around all in. Sherry's got a call.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
You can't fold, young lady. If she does, she's a lot better than I am. With 26 bigs, I'm just not. I just can't.
It's ace queen. It's ace king too often. You know. That's what you're hoping it is at this point.
Be thinking maybe does he do
Jacks?
this with jacks? Exactly. At tens, I doubt it. Tens, you're probably.
So it's interesting with the dynamic. Yeah.
Yeah, there she goes, and that's.
Yeah, look at you saw it on her face.
Yeah. But now I'll go to here. Now here's the difference. A good player hits a queen.
It's the queen. Yeah.
That's the difference.
Let's see what we got. Jack 3-5. No
The
help
paint
at
always
all.
comes out to scare you.
3. Got to be one of the 2 queens left. Not going to be.
I saw the paint. I saw the flip plane. I didn't know what it was.
She should have had pocket jacks. That would have been a better player. Would have had jacks there.
We're gonna do the commercial.
Okay. All right. We're going to while they're counting out those stacks, we're going to quick run a commercial for Randy's Diner here. Let's see if we got some audio. There we go. It's a little faint, but you can kind of hear it. So as they're matching up the stacks. So this is from Randy's. There we go. Oh, we got
Good food is what we do. We're always
Randy's yet this
cooking
weekend?
good for you. Have a seat, meet your friends.
We got it in good though.
That's, I mean, I knew you would.
Have fun commentating.
Yep.
Nice
be
to
good.
compare.
Yep. Drive safe. Another thing I'm going to say, like I said, I'm going to sit here and give you all these compliments is your sponsors, between Heidi, Randy's. I mean, you have people that love playing poker.
Yeah.
And, they got a business that they want to, help, and it does. Same thing with the DeWitts out of Park Rapids. I know them really well because that's what area I'm from, with the subways over there. The young man, you can tell me that put up the $1,000.
Chuck?
What does he have, a graphics company or what does he own?
So most of these shirts, like Sherry's wearing a shirt from them. That's they're a graphics company. They do apparel. They do a lot of things like that. So yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, and they're doing that, just to. It's
well, they love poker.
Yeah, they
like
love poker. They're trying to put
get
something into it. I mean. 7-1 Poker Tour pretty much puts almost everything that we get back into the, we're trying to make sure the charities are raising funds. Pretty much almost all of the things that we raise go back into the cost of running the tournaments and the prizes that we're giving away. So this is it's definitely not a get rich quick scheme. It's we are trying to build a good poker tour, and I mean, like. I got a little blurb on Park Rapids Subway, but I mean, DeWitts are doing that for Park Rapids Subway. I mean, how many people?
Exactly.
It's Park Rapids, an hour and a half away, probably.
Exactly.
I mean,
the subways here in town is probably getting more value out of that than they are.
Exactly.
Because you see the subways up there. But if you want to see a couple that loves poker,
there you go.
That's those two. They love poker.
Are they still in? I think they were still in. Yeah, they're a great commenting team, or a great playing team. But yeah, I mean, if I ever go through Park Rapids, I know where I'm eating. And just like a lot of our poker players will go eat at Randy's. So I mean, I hope she's getting her money's worth. But
she should hear, man. It's like you can get a lot worse in Park Rapids or in Fargo here than eating at Heidi's place.
Yeah,
food's phenomenal.
Randy's is great. So. I'm just going to read the little blurb that I have that Steve handed me. Park Rapids Subway is owned and operated by Dallas DeWitt. The restaurant's located at 100 BN Park in Park Rapids. They offer a variety of ways to order, quick and easy in the app or online. Come in for a restaurant meal or pick up curbside. We're also happy to help with any of your catering needs. Our hours are 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. 7 days a week. So thank you very much, Dallas, for that. Back to the action
Frankie's
here.
Running Frankie, good bet for Jack 9 in the cutoff, unopened pot, and it just happens to run into. Is that Ben?
That is Ben. I don't recognize Ben, and that's a partner tournament's a great way to get people, into the game as well. Especially if you're willing to take on a little of their risk, basically, so they can get in for cheaper.
And I played with him a little bit. He played a hand really well where 100% looked like a bluff, and he got the call. And he had it. He had turned a river to full house, and he played it really well. It looked pretty good table. Oh,
geez. Oh my gosh,
Sherry again.
No,
Sherry.
you needed the jacks last time.
And the worst part is Tiny's got one of her outs.
Oh no.
And the clubs are dead, so she's gonna need some diamonds.
And there's a raise to 18 and a 3-bet to 40 in front of you, and you have 34 left or 38 left.
6 big blinds. I've never, ever folded this, and I love that she called because even right there, I guarantee you, she's thinking, I don't know if I'm good. I got to raise or re-raise. I mean, although she the only thing is say, please have ace king. Now you're gonna see the hearts come out because Frankie folded the Jack 9 of hearts.
She needs a diamond in a hurry here.
Jack.
Oh my God. Flops the boat, and not going to be there.
That's tough.
Sherry had a short time on this table. The last time that she was on a feature table, this is just 2 weeks ago. I don't remember if it was the free roll or the tournament the night before. She walked in, she played queens and was up against fours, and the guy hit a 4 and knocked her out in one hand. It was her first hand that she sat down.
This game could kill you.
She's going to swear off this feature table, that's for sure.
But I really think with poker, you have to. You can read, you can study, you can do everything, and the game can make you feel like you have no idea what you're doing. And I think that's the hardest part of poker is you have to sit down saying, I know what I'm doing, I trust what I'm doing, And you can take some of the sickest beats and like, what did I do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. It's just this game. Or everybody can say, you know, to me, like it's like 70% skill and 30% luck. But there's a big base of luck in there. The better player is going to win in the long run, but it can really make you lose your confidence on, you know how it is. You run that stretch of 6 to 8 months where you can't hit anything. And it's like, what am I doing wrong? And it's just the game. It tries to make you feel that way.
I mean, it's hard not to be results oriented.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to concentrate.
Yep.
When did you get the money in? Did you get it in good? Was the play the proper play? Things like that. Like, you know, I mean, whoa.
Oh, we're going to ship 59 bigs here with the, but
No,
on the
that's-
button, I don't mind that. And the button, I mean, somebody's going to have to wake up with a really big hand. She wants her change.
That looks like a lot more than Aaron. 61 bigs. Okay, maybe that's right. It just looks like a lot of chips that he shipped there.
I didn't see that. I wanted to see the stack behind them, how big were. I don't mind, especially if they have a littler stack. But if they got 200, all of a sudden they wake up with a hand and. But an open pot, all the way to the button, any pairs.
Yep.
They got to wake up with a big hand. And what are we at right now? 3-6.
Yep, I pick up 15K.
I mean, that's 15K. out
That's what I
there.
tried with my King Deuce on my last hand.
Yeah, somebody was stubborn with that ace.
Yeah. Oh well. But I mean, yeah, it's a tough game, and for anybody watching, and I mean, if you're on this feature table, I mean, everything is subjective. I mean, we can say that we would have played it one way. A lot of people are going to play it different. There's no right or wrong way to play poker. I mean, everybody can have their own opinion.
But if you want to look at why, like if you watch the WSOP, when you look at like Lon McCarron and these guys, a lot of them that are doing the announcer, to me, the reason they do so well is they know when somebody played a hand really bad.
Yep.
But they don't bring it out. There's tough luck, or yeah, I can see. And I think that's the hardest thing for you or anybody that comes on and does this. It's so easy to be critical when we can see every hand. Like,
Correct.
well, no, I'm never opening there. You know what? And you guys do a really nice job of not doing that because I won't say the tour that did it, but probably 6-7 years ago, they had a couple announcers when they had the stream tables. They were getting really, just really critical. And I know 2 people that their wives called in because, you know, they were watching, the kids were watching, and they say, well, you just don't make that play. It's just a dumb play.
Yeah.
You know, and you got family members watching it. And yeah, there's a lot of people, sometimes these people, this is their first, second tournament ever.
Yeah, and that's the same thing here. I mean, we're talking a $300 max entry here. I mean, this is some of these players. I mean, all the time we see this is the first cash tournament I've ever played. You know, I mean, they might, and putting them on a table like this, I mean, you're gonna do things you might not do. I mean, you might get nervous. And I mean, we're trying to, you know, we're gonna see these players all the time. You know, with if it's a tour or WSOP. They might not be on TV ever again. While we're going to see these players the next week. So,
and you want them. You want them to come. You don't want somebody to come on. I mean, I'll guarantee you, there's players out there right now. They're like, oh, please don't put me on the feature table. And there's players that say, get me on there, get me on there.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, I mean, it's fun to be able to watch and stuff like that. But it changes the way you play. And my last hand, I don't know that I play much differently until the end, but a lot of different things went through my head at the end. I'm always going to open the button there when it's you know, things like 100%. That. I flop middle pair. I'm still going to bet it almost the same way all the way to the river. But what do we got going on here? So Tiny and Frankie,
nice flop for the 5s. I mean, that's about as good as you're going to get.
Looks like Andrew, King Jack. Yeah, going to lay it down, defended with King Jack.
Yeah, and Frankie pretty much bet pot there almost. A little probably 80% of pot there. And I like that bet with the 5s because it's kind of an easy read. Oh, he's protecting. I got a pair. Well, okay, I got 2 overs. Well, I got 24%. What am I going to call him? And the thing I like, but I don't know, everybody's different, but as you play more and more, you know, I try to get myself, don't call. Fold or raise. Fold or raise. It's a good philosophy for a lot of. We've played tournaments before at Walker. We used to do that. They have the $150 they used to have every Saturday. And buddies and I would go over and say, okay, we're going to play no matter what. you can never call unless it's an all-in and you call. And we'd play whole tournaments saying fold or raise, and it was great practice. Because all of a sudden it's like, oh, this raising works pretty good. You know, because everybody's, well, I'm just going to call. And there's times, obviously, where, you know, I hate it. Like if you flopped a set when we're playing, got to call. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to just call here.
Yep. So actually, the guy that I was playing against there on that final hand, Scott Eckert, we used to play a lot of free poker together way back in the day, and we would do. We used to have a certain night that we'd go play, and some nights we'd play. Can't look at your cards until the river.
Yep. And do you remember the young lady that did that? She won a European poker, European WSOP. You don't see her that much anymore, but she was hotter than heck for about 2 years.
Yep, young gal too.
Young gal,
yep.
exactly. And she won her first tournament not looking at cards.
I can believe
playing position, playing, you know.
And that's kind of where we got the idea, you know.
Yeah.
And it is amazing what you can.
Yeah. Oberstar or Oberstrand or something like that.
Yes. Oberstrand or something.
It was something like that. But yeah, it's amazing. And again, though, same thing. You don't hear from her anymore. I don't know if she just got tired.
Annette Oberstrand.
Yep, that's exactly. It's Annette. Yep.
But it was very interesting because you're never calling in most of those cases. You're only ever calling if you're going to put a move on later. So, I mean, you're coming in, it's a great way. I mean, you have to fake like you're looking at your cards, but then you're totally, you're just watching the players, trying to pick up on tells, you're playing the texture of the flop, you're watching the action, stuff like that.
And I think what it teaches you the best, it teaches you position. The power of position, of playing last. It is amazing. You know, I have people all the time, well, you see better on this one, or you re-raise somebody here, and I know you didn't have anything, but you never do it there. What position you playing? I mean, if you have a position, you're getting information. People are, you know, and you know how it is. Some tables are very, very easy to read, and some are very hard. And to me, it's much easier to read a good poker player than a poker player that's maybe not as experienced or haven't played as much. To me, that's a tough read, you know, because they don't even maybe be picking up the dynamics of this hand should not be good. And I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying they're inexperienced, and you'll see that a lot. We're gonna get some action here now. Tiny's coming.
Well, we're getting some action here from a 7 deuce from the small blind is getting a little frisky here. This must be Chad and Ben. Actually, I don't know these guys. I don't know if this is Chad or Ben. Looks like that must be Katie Fowler hiding under the sunglasses there. Yeah,
and again, I don't know Chad or Ben. I played with this young man. He was on my table the first 4 hours today. Played really well. Took it just a nasty beat and then had to re-enter, but he played really well. And I'm not sure who his partner is, but he did a nice job.
So we're still at 366. We got Darcy and Leah on the bottom there. A couple of our dealers. They're rotating through. So we got Tiny now at the table.
So are these two dealers playing with each other right here? No.
Which one?
The dealer and then the young lady.
No. Okay. So that's Leah on the table. Darcy is her husband.
Okay.
He runs like our action tracker and stuff like that sometimes too.
Because these two right here are definitely two of your better dealers.
Yep. So that's Heidi's in the box right now.
Yeah.
Her and her husband John are great dealers. So that's Darcy at the action tracker back there. It looks like.
Okay. So that's Darcy's husband.
That is Leah's in the 5 seat, and that's Darcy.
Okay.
A little confusing, I know.
Okay.
That's Darcy on the action tracker. So.
Because like I said, your dealers, these two right here, both do it. So which one has the husband that deals?
So that is, well, they both have, so Heidi's in the box. That's
okay, he's one of your better dealers.
Yes.
And I'm going to say the bald guy because I'm bald, so I can say that. So which one's that?
That's John.
John, that's what I thought.
John, taller guy.
Yep. And he got a little bit of trouble when he got home last night because his wife was dealing and rivered me a nice flush against his hand that he had me beat on, which kind of crippled him. I can hear that now too. Yeah.
It's still pretty quiet, but trying to get a little bit of the background. I think I fixed the camera thing because I have not seen it not pointing at the right person. But yeah, we're getting a little background now.
We're gonna hear Tiny pretty quick.
We'll see. This looks like a pretty quiet table. I haven't seen any. Haven't seen much, but
now it has seat 7 in the Cowboys jersey. What's his name?
Andrew.
After everything we've done. He used to deal. Does he still deal?
Used to do. He doesn't. He actually used to work with Steve and I back at another distributorship. So he still does a lot of free poker. He still plays. Actually, at this tournament, he placed very high at one of the Thanksgiving tournaments. So he's still a pretty regular on the tour. Unfortunately, a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, that would be an interesting game.
Yes,
Okay,
I'm gonna cheer for Brock Purdy.
So am I.
got
I
to.
think that's an amazing story.
Leah raising it up, King 10 of diamonds, up to 18K. Ben's gonna call with fives.
He played fives really well earlier when I was on the table. He's gonna have a hard time getting that. They got the king, so Darcy hit the king. Yep, good, and she ships it. Good for you, young lady. Nice. 6, you only had 11 big blinds behind. Ben or Tim, whichever, bet 15. He folds. And I like his bet too. Find out where you're at with those fives. There's a very good chance those fives are good right there. There's a lot of hands she's raising with that's not hitting that king right there.
Yeah. Well played by Leah. Up to 21 bigs now.
But you even look at how fast this changed now. Frankie and Tiny, I think their high was 425 in the 400 range. They're still 408. Now they're down to, was it 60 bigs?
Something like that.
I think it's in that range.
Take a look here. There we go. We can look at a few of your favorite stats over here too, and you can see how much they've won on the table. Like Aaron and Mark are up 156,000, and most of that was from Sherry, unfortunately. You can see how everybody's done on this table so far. The VPIP is voluntarily putting chips in the pot. So Melissa and Katie on the low side with 10%, while Tiny and Frankie, no surprise, chip leaders 39%. So
And the PFR up there, pre-flop raising.
Yep.
25% is quite a bit, time. But you look at it's really easy. Look at Tiny and Frankie. He's only lost 24,000 in the last hour or so.
Yep.
But so he went from 432 to 408. But he went from 103 bigs to, I think it's 60, math's telling me about mid-60s, I think, right? See if it shows him up on here. But that's the thing with poker tournament. You get the day two, and I have so many people like, well, what's your big thing day? Yeah, God, I'm not shipping it, nothing. There's sometimes you just got to ride it out. But you've got to keep building. I mean, you think you have a lot of chips early in the tournament, that means nothing. You have to keep building. And it's nice to have chips early so you can, try to work those chips. But you just have to keep building. And to me, the funnest time is when you get down to 10 or 15, you could be the lowest stack on the table, and you could be the highest stack within 4 hands.
Yeah,
it changes so fast. That's what I try to tell people. Just hang in there till you get to 10 to 15. It is amazing how fast it can change.
And you don't have to get desperate before. I mean, I hate people when they're down to 20 bigs and they get desperate. It's like you got time.
I still have no problem. Even for me, I can go to 15 where I still raise fold. If there's a spot where it's a late position, and I think even Suvi connects where I think I get through, I might 2.5 exit with 15, and if somebody ships it all in, I can still feel comfortable. I don't want to, but I can still raise fold with that. Once I get down to 10 or so, I've had countless tournaments where I can remember, being between 5 and 10 bigs, and late in a tournament, even on a final table, and 20 minutes later, you got the chip lead.
Yeah.
It just goes so fast.
Oh, here comes a big hand from the 9 chair. I want to say that's bet. My memory's so bad because I know these players by face.
You see them a lot more than
correct.
I see them. I just don't know their names.
Correct. So Queen's going to raise it up to 18K.
Here comes Tiny in the cutoff.
Looks like just a call. Ace Jack of hearts.
Yeah, I'm never folding that.
One of my least favorite hands. And I got to fold around. So we got Ace Jack to Queens. Nice little pot already.
See if Tiny can see 1 or 2 hearts here.
Oh, all spades, and Chad's got the queen of spades. So
this is gonna be an easy one for Tiny to get away from.
Should be, unless he's gonna get he's gonna get creative to try to steal this one later. It looks like. He's going to try to put some sort of move on
he's,
here,
he's
isn't
definitely
he?
if the right card comes, and that might be it right there to where I don't think he's going to fold. I think he's going to raise. Yep. Which just makes me 100% sure I lost a 100K pot to Tiny earlier today that I folded top pair to him on the river. But that's what, and I'm not criticizing Tiny at all. I love his aggression because, you know, if a king hits that board, it's working.
Yep.
You know.
Well, and an ace, it's a good place to. I mean, and Chad's not going. I mean, if Chad just had an ace 10 there, then he can probably fold it. You know, but he's got an overpair to the board. Nothing really obvious came out. I mean, it filled in a gutter ball, I think, maybe. So he would have had to be on that. A spade comes on the river.
Yeah.
Tiny can try to fire at it too.
He's going to lose with the queen of spades.
He's going to lose, but
maybe because again, ace or king.
Correct.
I mean, that's not an easy call
because you got to think he's calling with something.
Exactly.
We both know Tiny well enough. He was calling there to put a move on.
Oh yeah, and
you know?
that's why that's why I'm going to say why Tiny's tough to play with is, you know, and I know when he called the flop and called the turn,
he wasn't
and we
calling
could see
because he thought
he's not going to. Well, I'm going to try to hit an ace or a jack. That's not what he was doing. Now if he does, that's great.
Correct.
But you know, if he doesn't hit, now if he hits a jack or an ace, he's going to check the river just for value to say, okay, my hand's got some value now. And it wasn't too bad. I mean, the straight card came in on the river.
Yep.
You know, it's.
And that's what if people out there watching, you know, like, oh, what's he calling for? This is exactly what we're talking about. There's, you know, he's not calling because he thought his ace high was good. He's calling because he's planning future streets. He's going to put a move on, something like that.
Because again, the original raiser could have ace king. He could have ace queen.
Yep.
And if a bet there, and if he does, he wins.
Correct. If he's
gonna
just
win
got
the
a
hand.
naked ace king and he never hit anything.
Ace king. I'm not calling this. I'm probably not even calling Tiny there with an ace king.
And then it looks completely different. Like, oh, Tiny just made a good play. He was betting that he didn't have anything. And that's why Tiny can be so dangerous and can be on such a roller coaster with his chips. So.
Oh, yeah. He could go down to 100 grand right here, and he could be back up to 700 in 15, 20 minutes.
Yep.
And if the players on the table know him, which a few of these do, where Tiny does a really nice job, I think when he does have the hand, he's betting the same.
He also, you can't do that with 100K though. Like he's got 400K, like that calling 10, then calling 15, and then betting 55 there. That's his whole stack if you got 100K, you know.
Oh, here goes Tiny again. We got the ace king, the 10-8.
Katie woke up with ace king. She was +1, Tiny, 10-8 of diamonds. That's well in his range of play. A couple suited gappers.
Yeah, and don't anybody out there think, like I said, I'm being negative Tiny. Tiny is a very hard player to play against because his range is so wide, and that's not a bad thing. Aggression is good in poker.
This is the second
time we've had the slot.
We got to go hit the slots.
Yeah, it's like, this is unreal.
7-7-7. Last time was the jacks against the kings.
And
Tiny actually, you look at, picks up, he gets one of his straight flush cards.
Yeah. And I like the bet with ace king on the sevens because again, the only thing you're behind if somebody had a pocket pair. Yep. And otherwise you're in front of everything. And
there's no texture to that flop.
No,
it's like, you know, there's no draws. There's no, at best somebody can have a backdoor draw.
Yeah.
You know, like that. And that's Tiny had the backdoor flush draw or straight flush draw, but it's still not enough even for him to chase.
Yeah, because again, any pair, you know, they got the full house. So if he wants to chase it, you know, and a lot of people, when, you know, they start looking at, okay, I got a backdoor straight, backdoor flush draw. That's getting, you know, with the GTO in poker, that's big these days. Yep. But you got to look at the texture. Is it a paired board? Well, here it's a any pair. She
could have opened with pocket fours.
Yeah, and you're drawn dead. If
dead to other, those backdoor draws do no good at that point. Now he's hoping to hit his 10 or look at she picks up his Tiny's hand right there. 10-8 of diamonds.
Is this Kate or Melissa?
This is Katie.
Okay, Katie.
Yep, Katie Fowler. Her husband Chad was the RPT Player of the Year. Katie's won a few tournaments on Rough Rider, so they're Minot players. They made the trip down from Minot. They've been pretty regular. Andrew, I did not even see Andrew lose most of his chips.
Yeah, he just had 71K.
It says 71K.
So 12 bigs, right? 3 6.
I don't even see 71 there. I think the chips might have been.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. And that's where the other thing too, when people are, you know, when we're criticizing. I've been on a table with somebody say, I can't believe you didn't shove all that because the tracker was saying I had like, this was an MSPT that I maybe had 110,000. I had like 420. I had a lot more chips than people
Yes.
thought.
So that is Shody had 71. He had 18.
Yeah.
So. So that's going to be off here until they get it fixed. Which actually, we're 10 minutes behind. I don't know if they're. Oh, look at got Darcy jumping in. Well, maybe we're talking about him, but that's Darcy jumping in from the action tracker, and Leah's going back there.
Okay.
But I'm going to have them go fix Andrew's stack if they have not already, just because that was quite a ways
Yeah, it's a big
off.
difference.
Yeah.
And again, that makes a big difference when people are looking and saying, shipping a little early with 12 bigs, but. All right, I want Tiny to wake up with a hand here. I like watching you play, Tiny. Frankie's boring. You're the fun one. And we don't have it up, but Tiny definitely looks like he raised to 22 with Jack 10. He's under the gun. Let's see if we anybody wakes up with a hand. Tracy ace 8 of diamonds. That's a fold. Oh, here we go. Small blind's going to come back at you with ace queen. And 10-8. She's got another 14K to call. And she does. She does not want to see the clubs. And right here, let's see if Tiny makes a stab at this, he's got a very good chance at winning this. And where this is such a good bet on Tiny's here, where he knows the pre-flop play, but that is not a pre-flop raiser's flop. Pre-flop laser's looking for paint, aces. So the ace, queen of clubs. Okay, you got the back door, you got the gutter ball. The ace is good, the queen's probably good, but he doesn't want to chase right there, which is, at 331, he's got a nice stack. The 10-8's going to fold, and Tiny will take that one down. And again, that's Tiny understanding what kind of texture a flop that is. He realizes that's not a good texture for the pre-flop laser, and he was correct. So Tiny right there picks up close to 70K in a pot with Jack high. But at this level with these blinds and stuff, it's ace queen's not an easy call right there. All right, 4 and 8,000. I'm going to start weeding them through pretty fast here. Stacks are going to start dwindling to the 20s and 30s on the big blinds. And you're just going to see people forced to play, the action is just going to be forced upon them. You just missed Tiny making a very nice play.
Yeah.
Ace queen raises. Tiny called with Jack 10. I'm sorry, Tiny raised to 22,000. Got called by the ace queen and 10-8 of clubs on I think a 2-3-5 flop, and Tiny c-bet and took it down.
Nice.
For about a 75K pot.
I was checking on them. They said a few of the stacks were off, so something must have been wrong. If they get one stack wrong in the very beginning, then the all-ins kind of start compounding themselves. So they were trying to fix a few things up, and I found this this young lady out there. My wife wanted to come see what the commentator booth is.
You want to come to work
Looks
here?
like.
Yeah, but I'm still in the tournament, so I
Oh,
probably
good
should
for
wait.
you.
Yeah, thanks.
So you're the better of the...
Correct.
Can I say that into the
yes, yes,
microphone?
you can.
That I am the better of the two bushies.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we were going to play together, and I'm like, why have all our chips in one basket?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, this
Yeah.
gives us two chances.
Spread it out.
So, yeah.
People don't realize how much in poker, especially you get up to the World Series, how much swapping is going on. Because there, the prize pools are so big.
Yeah.
You start taking 2% or 3% of somebody, that can be a really big chunk of change.
Yep. And looks like Aaron is back at the table, in for Mark. So Queen, Jack, 349. His stack might be right. So we are up to 488 now. So we got 20,000 every time through, basically. Whew.
Yeah, and this is going to really
They are
lead
down
up
to
the
3
stacks.
tables live now.
Okay,
We
so,
might,
so it's gone down a lot then. Okay.
Yep. Now,
So we're probably sitting around 24 or so.
they looked pretty full.
Did they?
Like
Okay.
we might get a player in the 4 seat. Now that's live. Again, remember everybody, we're on 10-minute delay. So 20. Looks like I'm getting a signal. 24 teams remaining, basically, right now. So top 9 are cashing. We're at 8:30. Yeah, it's going to start moving right now pretty quick.
Again, and this is a great little stat. I love it when they show the blinds on here because now you're looking at where just an hour ago or 45 minutes ago you had 100, 80, 60, 60, 30.
Now top was what, 46?
46.
Yeah.
And it changes the game. And Tiny, of all the people on this table, probably understands that as good or better than anybody on that table.
Sure.
Well, he'll never ever get blinded down.
Nope.
You know, will he get caught sometimes? Yeah.
You never see him shipping with a 3x stack, though.
No.
You know, that is for sure. So, all right, back to the action.
To keep it because I haven't seen the chip count, but he's got to be up over 400 again, I think.
Who is that?
Tiny and Frankie, because they'd fallen down around 320 or 300, and he won a pretty good pot.
Looks like 343 is what we have them sitting at. Just behind, we got 343. Aaron and Mark 353, and Chad and Ben 331 after they took that pot off of Tiny. So,
all right. So you got
Tracy with the 7s. Tracy, pretty tight player, raising up to 23,000. Tiny.
Oh,
look at that.
Really?
Well, he knows Tracy. So
I'm a dealer. Wow, ace 10, and that's true. That's exactly it. Playing the player.
Yeah.
Now, if he would have known she had 7s, he's definitely.
He definitely is.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a good bet by the young lady there.
Yep. Tracy and Dave Sheppy, so they're from the Fergus Falls area. So we met me and my wife met them long ago playing free poker. Seen them at a lot of state tournaments in Vegas. We've had a lot of cocktails with those two. So they are good people.
Yeah, that's a nice bet. And the biggest compliment I like, and not compliment, big thing I love hearing at that table, and I'll tell you play really tight, because I'll never show. And when you hear that, you have such an advantage of hands you can play.
Yep.
That there's like, there's no way Tom's owning with suited connectors early, and there's just not. Well, it's an easy fold. It's like
it as long as you take advantage of that. Now,
yeah, exactly. There's some people, like I said. I mean, you can. It's like, I have queen sometimes where I'm like, well, here's a big hand here, but Chad and Ben. Now, do you think this is Chad?
I think this is Ben, I believe. Okay. And I'm sure I'm going to be wrong. So, and then he's going to be like, dude.
Oh, Tiny, don't throw those ducks away, baby.
The King's got the ace-5 of hearts and the ducks to lay down.
Tiny's tightening up here. He must have Frankie right behind him, yelling at him.
Aaron laying down Jack 10. Raise was to 25,000, so pretty much a standard 3-3-1 X, and it's gonna work. Oh no, I wasn't gonna show him.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if he did or not. But yeah, look at out here now. There's only 3 with stacks bigger than 40, and the red would go all the way down to 20.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, you look at the the bottom 6 stacks there, getting to the point where, again, it's you're getting 20 grand of pop around here.
Yep, and it's going to definitely go faster here. Like we said, 24 players. I wouldn't be surprised if we're at the final 2 tables here within this level or next level. So again, 30-minute levels. They all started with 50,000 in chips. We played 8 levels before they combined stacks.
So what level are we right here now?
This must be level, let's see, when we were on that table, we were finishing up 9 through 12. So this was, when we came back, they did 2, 4, 3, 6, 4, 8. So this is level 13, 14, 15. So these players have about another half hour plus whatever's left in this one. Whoa, there we go. Darcy waking up with pocket queens after Aaron opened up to 25K with 94. Yep, they're all going
Darcy. Good job.
His wife's on the action tracker there. She's going to be like, what's going on? Oh, I'm going to show the ace and take it down. So, not going to show. Nope.
And that's helped. It gets them up to 140. That was big.
Yes, getting the raise in front
right
there,
yeah.
so helpful. I mean, he picked up 45,000 right there. Yeah. Basically, like half a double up.
Yeah.
So,
And to me, that's how you win poker tournaments, when you can pick up chips uncontested. If you can find the spots where, sometimes it's easy to have the hand, but if you can do it without the hand or whatever, or there's so many chips in all these pots right now. So then Paul's playing with
Andrew.
Andrew, okay.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see, Ben's going to look at this pretty Jack 10 of clubs saying, I want to play this.
He might find it.
Under the
Yeah.
gun.
Gonna open for a
It's
raise or
pretty
just
little
limp? We
hand,
haven't
and he's
seen.
laughing Paul. Paul's going, you're picking on that big blind from under the gun. I don't think it works that way, but I love playing with Paul.
Paul.
I put one of the biggest bluffs I put on in a year about in that $1 million tournament you guys had a little while back. Darcy calls.
You want to make sure to get Paul's staff, because when they all of them.
So Darcy's going to do a little set mining here. And he hits it. And Ben hits his jack. It's going to cost him some chips. Let's see how Darcy plays this. Again, Darcy doesn't have a huge stack, so I would play this slow. I don't care. Don't worry about the spades. Don't always put your guys on that flush draw. Nice job. I love the flat there. Now you want to see another jack or a 10 here in Darcy, and then you're going to double up. You may double up even now just because your stack is, Ben's got such a big stack. So Ben let out for 8K.
And Darcy raised to 25.
Went to 25K.
Sorry,
and that spot, I might just flat. I got to make money there with that stack.
You don't love the spades, I bet.
Yeah,
rainbow board.
Yeah,
I bet
rainbow.
he
But even
does.
with the spades, I'm just not putting people. It's so easy. Everybody's like, I got to put them on spades. No, you don't. Like I said, and if you do, a good player pairs the board. So.
Well, and maybe heads up because there was still Paul behind, wasn't there? There was still some action behind him, wasn't there?
No, not up to the flop. It was just heads up, I think, on the flop.
Okay.
And I spiked it. It came perfect for Darcy. I mean, Ben hit his jack. Darcy hit his 3.
I had threes twice on the feature table, and I played one, did not play the other, and did not hit anything. So,
it might be my favorite thing in poker is
hitting a set.
Hitting a set.
And just the options that you have to do.
Exactly. That's what I love about it, because you can play it fast. I mean, if you put somebody on, I love hitting a small set with an ace on the board. When I
think they got ace king or something.
Exactly. And especially if they're the pre-flop raiser, and I'm set mining, and it's like it's so hard for these people to get away from.
Speaking of set mining, we got Melissa raising it up to 20,000 with the 4s.
I want Tiny to. Did the alien overtake Tiny here? He hasn't played a hand for a while. It's like,
ooh,
small blind folding the king 10.
Yeah, he's kind of only got one move though.
Yeah.
And opening under the gun.
Yeah, that's pretty scary.
Shows 3 big blinds left.
But that one you said is.
I think they fixed it because he just went through the blinds because his double up was he had 18,000 and then he doubled up.
Okay, so you think that's accurate right there?
I do think that's probably accurate.
Okay. And but no, he wasn't the one that had the king 10 of clubs, because king 10 of clubs, if I got 30 grand, I'm shipping it there. But he was in the.
He was in the small blind. It might have been him.
Was that his small? Yeah.
Paul's the type that would want to get it in first rather
exactly.
than.
And I understand that, but I also with 3 bigs, I'm like, yeah. But that's another difference that in Paul's defense here too. When they came to the big blind ante, if you get down to that 3 to 4 big blinds, and the button just passes you, totally different game. Now you got 6, 7 hands to look at, or before you didn't, because right now you're throwing you're throwing in 500 to 1,000 every hand.
Sure.
And that eats you up.
Yeah.
And that we're now, it's like, okay, I got 4 or 5 hands.
It definitely changed it. You got so many free ones where you're not just getting chipped down every time. Wow, we're going to a 4-handed with the old 7 deuce in the small blind here. 10-5-3, all diamonds. Did anybody even hit a pair?
We got 1 diamond out there.
Went to the 7 of diamonds and nothing else. So who's...
There we go, the king ball.
Darcy with the king, but now it's the diamonds. Ben's 7.
Yeah. God, this is tough when you got, okay. He's right in the middle. you know, and my feeling right now, I
It's
kind
just
of feel
gonna-
my diamond's good. I have a hard time laying my diamond.
It's
right
going to
down here.
check all the way through. Darcy's going to hope his king high just wins, and Ben's going to get the good news that his. Let's see.
Oh, snap call.
Dave trying to bet with the nothing. He was representing it.
Yeah, he represented it.
And the 7 of diamonds. Wow.
And I love it. No thinking, just snap called.
That is that's impressive. Good bet there. I'm not sure I could have made that call that quickly.
Not that quickly. I would have thought about it, but I think I'm going to call just because I really think, like I said, if he had a big diamond, when everybody checked the turn, I think a big diamond I'm betting there.
You're betting?
Yeah. You know,
And any sort of medium diamond, you're probably checking.
Yeah, you're checking for
just-
value. Because
Correct.
even right there, 8-9, are you going to bet an 8-9? I don't think so.
No. And a lot of the big diamonds were actually on the board
Yeah.
there, so that kind of helped.
But good call. I mean, nice. He was 100%. He knew where he was at and what he wanted to do. And when you watch this, like on seat 3, I played with him earlier today. I thought he played really well.
Yep,
Aaron, and just has not had a hand. I mean, he's played hardly anything, but everything's, you know, he's just seeing trash on everything.
Yeah, oh. Paul waking up with the old 7 deuce here. Oh, we're getting a little choppy here. Almost nothing to play here. Darcy had 4s, and he just laid it down middle position. And Frankie, Tiny got a walk in the big blind with 5, 6 of clubs. Of course, that's right in his.
That's it. He ain't folding that even for
Correct.
a 3x, baby. That's a nice hand.
Yeah. Never
Tiny's
going
eating
anywhere.
that one up. I'm not picking on you, Tiny. I like how you play. I'm going to say that again.
Tom, I gotta go get some announcer juice, so I'll be
Okay.
right back.
All right. I'm good right now. I got about a half hour. I'd probably get better at booking.
Okay.
Yeah, I figure I'll go to the next break.
So I was just going to tell you
All right.
guys that they got rid of one of the levels now, so you have to one breaks. They're taking them. They shouldn't be.
Okay, so you're not going to do a break then?
We'll do a break in an hour when we have to color up.
Okay. All right, we got a raise with ace jack here. Darcy folds the king jack. Nice fold there. Let's see what Ben does with king 10 in the cutoff. He's going to be tempted. It looks like a call. I think he's got chips out for a call. And if he calls, he's not going to be in that bad a shape against the ace-jack. He's actually got a good hand, but now I think he's going to think, still got 3 people behind him. That's where it makes it tough. If he calls and anybody makes any move towards the pot, you're stuck folding. And everybody folds. So let's see, Paul. I'm still trying to see how many chips Paul has. Paul's pretty low right here. What do you got there for Paul and Andrew? 30,000? Yeah, so he's in that. He's got about 2 or 3 more hands he can look at, and he's going to have to ship before the blind gets out. You just can't wait, you know, because half his chips are going to be on the big blind, then you're stuck playing it. So Paul will make up a move with a hand here in the next 3. And any ace, any paint, you know, suited connectors. I always like that because if you're going to get calls, you know, let's see what he runs up here. Okay, here's it in. Yep, good bet, Paul. Ace 10's automatic. He has to. And again, now he's going to get called light. Chad Ben, or Ben right here, same hand. I think he'll find a call. Hard part again is he's got a few people behind him. And but yeah, he's going to call. I wouldn't mind a little min raise right there just to try to isolate, because now you're stuck. Here comes a big raise, and now you're going to have to fold. Yeah. And this could be an all-in. I don't know, with 116 bigs, I might just ship it all in, but let's see what he raises to with the ace-king. Wow, he just called.
And it's going to be awful hard for Paul to win this hand now. I mean, he's tends to get some a chop. Best thing you can see right now is a 6 or a 3. I haven't seen the river yet. It is a 3. Yeah. So that helps. He's going to get it. He's going to get a chop out of this. I'll be interested to see now. That was a great bet right there by Tim or Ben. I'm sorry, I don't know the name, but that's a really good bet right there because this is a tough call. And I'll guarantee you, Paul right now thinks he lost. He does, but no, you got to chop, Paul. Flip him up, buddy. There you go. There, you made some money. I'd like to see an isolation bet with either the ace-10 or the ace-king right there. But, yeah, and it's a good thing he didn't with the ace-10 with Ben because he's going to get snapped by that ace-king. If he would have raised, you're probably going to see an all-in. But so Paul stays alive. Got ace-king versus ace-10, ace-10. Paul had ace-10. He got a chop out of it.
There you go.
Got that double-paired board in the river, and it was so funny because he thought for sure he lost. He's like, I'm done. So he's sitting, I think, around 40K is my guess. He only has 2 more hands he's got to look at here before the blinds are on him.
So they might go in again quickly here, because otherwise that's going to hurt.
Yeah.
You chopped one in the flip and go in the first round, didn't you? I think that was the only chop that we saw,
the
right?
only chop we saw. Yep. Then I rivered a 2-ball to win it. Again, on a double paired board. So I felt bad. Counterfeited the young man.
Matt Wolf was telling me one at the World Series last year. Scott Sevier.
Oh yeah.
He was in 43 or 47 flip and goes and never qualified. I know Negron, you played like 18
yeah,
of
that's
them.
I heard 15, 16.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you better.
Those are 1,000 apiece. That'd be a little tougher to do.
I'll tell you a better one off the air. Just remind me.
Okay.
I don't want to say it on here. I don't like. People play. There's a lot of different ways to play the game of poker. And
absolutely, that's what makes it great.
Management and not have to do with poker, but I'll give you one you won't believe.
Ooh, Darcy's a tough. Up to 155 now, so he could probably see this here. Ben raised it up. I guess I didn't see who was there, but Ace Jack up to 19,000. Aaron defending from the small blind. Ace 4.
Right,
Darcy with the 3s.
Set again, Darcy.
He felt lucky with the 3s because that's what it was last time. And again, it's the Ace Jack top bets, and it's just gonna go fold. Pretty standard there. And even though it looks like a continuation, sometimes the continuation bet is actually the real thing. You got top pair, top kicker. You never know. So that was probably one of the hardest things for me to learn was the continuation bet.
Even right there with ace king, ace queen, if I'd raise pre-flop on that flop, I'm still going to bet because a jack is definitely in your range. Where it's not in the range of a lot of the callers. And again, now if that flop comes 4-4-6. And he c-bets with the ace-jack. Now,
people might
if
look
I'm
you
Darcy, I'm calling with the 3s.
The 3s for
That's
sure.
That's my range. And you know what I mean? And I think my
he probably would have called it the ace-4 too if it was 4-4-6.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? With the 3s there, you got to look there where if somebody sees bets and okay, that's in his range pre-flop. Yeah, I can fold him there. Where there's a certain case I'm not going to. There's Paul.
And Paul does
under the gun. You got to
picks up a hand. You know that's the important thing for Paul.
Yeah, and you just hope somebody here comes. You know they got like Queen Jack.
Paul is the master. Paul's a pretty good master of a short stack. 8, 9 diamonds. That's my hand because that's my birthday, August 9th.
For 53, I'm telling you, the only problem you got a few behind you still, and it's like
10-7. If this was the Rough Rider Poker Tour, that would be all in there. So that's their hand over there.
Through. And again, now he just picked up 20,000.
Yep. I've seen Paul come back from a couple big blinds here.
Even right here now, at 73, I don't want to fold my big blind, but I can.
But you can.
I can fold my big blind. I can fold a small blind.
Because then you get the button in a couple hands, and
now
you can.
I got 6 hands to look at again. I'm going to down to 50 or so again, but
especially when you've seen Tiny fold a couple hands.
But even you look at right now. Okay, at 73,000, I think that's what they said he had. Is okay? Let's say he runs hot here, and he gets 2 double ups. I said, I should have close to 300,000.
Which is right up there.
You're right up there with everybody. And it changes so fast. And Paul and his partner are good enough to
you know, to understand that right now where his chips are definitely not dead, where a lot of people it's dead money because they just let it keep folding. I got to get a hand, I got to get a hand. No, you got to find a spot.
And certain players are much better at this part of the game than, I mean, that's you
Hardest
really,
part to learn, I think, is right
I
now.
think so too.
It really
You
is,
have to, because it's so crucial to you can't just get blinded out. You have to pick those spots. And honestly, sometimes it folds around to you if you're, you know, depending on who's in the small and the big. Like you gotta. Sometimes you don't even have to look at your cards.
No, and I think that's the biggest mistake sometimes is looking at your cards.
Correct.
Like, no, I have to go all in here because I know the two players in the blinds left. They're going to fold ace 10. They're going to fold.
Yep, they have to pick up a hand. And looking at their stacks too, like how much of their stack is it, you know, stuff like that. Like Paul's never gonna, and it's a bad spot for him because, you know, when the button is to his left, Tiny's in the big blind. So it folds around to Paul there and Tiny's in the big blind. Tiny will make a looser call there.
Exactly. He goes, I got 400K. Yeah, I can call 70 grand.
Where Darcy and Leah in the 5 chair, they're gonna play a much snugger game. Dave and Tracy are. So it's all a matter of position and knowing not only who's, you know, not your cards, but knowing the players on the table and the positioning on the table. It's there's so many nuances to that part of it.
And when you get to the money too, to where how much does this mean to these people, this money?
Yep,
you know,
correct.
And like I said, even in maybe a weakness in my game where when you get close money, it's more of an ego thing. I don't care about the money. I want to cash.
Just want to cash.
I want to cash. You know, like I said, I want to cash. And it's like there's times where I'm like, no, you got to be a little more aggressive here.
Here we go. Aaron raising with ace, 8 of spades, getting looked up by ace jack. So
both pretty good stacks.
Yep, both healthy stacks here. And the ace high flop is going to make it real interesting if we can see the
and the ace jack.
Oh, and Chad's going to lead into him. This is interesting. Not sure if I would
put an 8 ball on there.
Not sure if I would have.
Oh, there it is. And it's a club
and
too.
A club too.
Oh, this is going all in.
Yeah, Aaron's.
I'm not folding here ever, and I just not this late in the tournament, and it's just
25,000.
It's really unfortunate for.
Yep, he's going to measure out about 75.
Now, is this Aaron
probably.
Or Mark?
This is Aaron Rapp. Yep.
Okay.
Mark Duffner, I believe, is up from like the Thief River area.
Okay. Now, it'd be real interesting to see if we just call.
Oh, just
great
flats.
Call. I
and
love
he's got
that.
the club back
Until an 8 ball hits the river.
checks
he checked
it
again. Go all in.
Now raise behind. Oh, just a call.
Oh, that's dirty. That's just dirty.
That was dirty for you to call it. And it was even the 8 of clubs, too.
I'll tell you, he lost the min. He lost the minimum.
I thought they both could have been getting him in there.
I thought it was. I thought it'd be getting no club on the river. I thought for sure it was getting in.
I'm shocked that that they didn't. He didn't re-raise on the turn there with the club draw and the top two pair.
Yep.
Because I don't know that Aaron could have got away from it there.
I don't think so. I just not at this point in the tournament where.
I mean, it would have been tough. Aaron's a great player, so he might have got away.
And he did. Like I said, I thought he lost them in.
Yeah.
I mean, he really did. It's
very, very interesting there.
That was a dirty board. Frankie's been quiet here for a while. I want to see some action from Frankie.
Tiny. Come on.
Tiny, I'm sorry.
Jeez,
sorry, Frankie.
You're not going to mistake those two, are you? Very similar in appearance, but and gameplay. Ben waking up with Ace King, just flatting here. He's trying to find a little action, I think, and he's gonna find some there. Melissa waking up with jacks after a couple callers from Queen Jack and King 3. She's gonna pop it to look like 20,000. Ooh, 45. I like it. And now I don't.
This has to go all in.
Yep. I
18
think
bigs.
That's why you limped in, isn't it?
Exactly.
To basically ship it on somebody.
And the one thing I don't people don't know is, did he fold?
Wow.
Wow, he did.
And I will say this: sometimes our cards haven't been reading correctly.
Exactly,
I don't. We can't say for sure.
Yeah.
One of the last times we Well, the last times we did this, it was showing people like folding jacks and
that
kings.
doesn't
so,
make sense to me because he just flatted with the ace king.
So
And then I play with Merle. I'd be shocked if the cards may have been a bad read right there.
it definitely could have been.
Yeah.
Never know. Might not have just have been feeling it either.
Yeah.
So
But the thing with the ace king there, again with 18 bigs, the reason I don't like flat, but I like ace king. I want to see all 5 cards. I have to see all 5 cards because even if you don't hit the flop, you're still based about 25% to hit the turn or river.
Correct.
And I have to. And again, it's easy to say against a hand like Jack, but I need to see all 5 cards. And I'll overbet ace king a lot this point in the tournament just because, again, it's such a powerful hand, but it's a hand I want to see 5 cards with.
sure. Last night we were doing the free roll, and I was, I mean, it's just a free roll, but we were taking it pretty seriously last night. But I had under the gun, I had ace king, and I limped in it. The table was just raising like crazy, and of course, we get seven-way pot there. But it came ace high, and I took it. I fired. I got down to 1 caller. It came in ace and a king. I ended up taking it down.
And here we got ace king again. Well, Tiny's in. What do we got here? Tiny with the ace 2.
Acey deucey.
He does not want to see an ace unless it's an ace deuce.
No. This has been a while since he played, so ooh, that's an interesting texture board there. And checking behind.
Okay, that just gave Tiny the red light.
Yep.
Or the green light, I'm sorry.
The green light. Oh, jeez. That is a dangerous looking
I think
board.
Tiny bets this all day long in the river. Unless an ace or a king comes.
Yep.
No, he does.
I'm kind of shocked there.
I am too. Yeah, I thought we'd see a bet right there.
Now, he's also the player that made the call on him.
Yeah.
So I wonder how much that comes into play there.
But again, I'll go back to that's definitely not a razor's flop right there.
No.
The pre-raise, pre-flop razor right there. It's like,
And did you see those stacks there? 290 for Tiny, 580 for Bennett. Exactly double.
Yeah, and Tiny knows if he makes a move, he's wrong. He's dead.
Correct.
And that's because he is in that point where I know how he's thinking right now, and I would too. I need a double up. He's probably sitting around 20 bigs or so, I think, isn't he?
With 290, blinds are they just went to 6, 12, 12. So, yeah, that's 25.
He lost some on that. I don't know what if he still got 290, but
I think that was after the hand, I believe. Yeah. So, but I think some of what came into play there, he's been picking off some bluffs.
Yeah.
He's played very
and now
solid.
Here's Paul all in. I like that 9-4 in the hijack. Again, if I'm Paul right now and I can see his cards, I want him to call me with the 2s. I don't care if ace king call. I'd like ace 5. I just want to run 60-40. And Frankie or Tiny just might.
He might look it up. It might be just a little too much, especially against Paul. Paul, pretty solid player.
He
now
was in
again,
the big blind, I guarantee you would, if he didn't have the one behind him. Because if all of you, as you flat here and all of a sudden the big blind shifts on you, it's like, oh my gosh, now what do I do? Or Tiny can just bet to isolate.
That's exactly what Kramer was on our table in the free roll, and the under the gun. So I'm in the big blind, and Kramer's out. He calls.
Yep.
Let's see what the big blind has here. King Jack gets King Jack to lay it down.
Got it to lay down, yeah. And again, right here, Paul, I have no problem with the hand I see right
60-40.
there. Exactly, that's exactly it. I want a 60-40 is all I want.
Oh, I think he's giving Andrew some crap about it. 49ers are playing against Andrew's Cowboys.
Yeah, and that's why he did it, because he loves his 49ers. But again, now there's going to be people, I promise people have seen that saying, what is Paul thinking of? Oh, it's like, especially going to hit him next. He's got 30 grand coming into his 53 grand stack. And you have the power of, okay, if I bet, somebody still, 53 still.
King Jack laid it down.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't know if he would have called if Tiny
I don't know either.
Because
if anything,
I don't know.
He shouldn't have, because Tiny should entice him to say, okay, now there's more in the pot with King Jack. Now if Tiny would isolate and raise, I'm pulling that King Jack. But when Tiny calls, like, okay, a little more in the pot, you're getting a little more value, a little more pot odds to get your chips in there.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Like he should have won with 49.
I know.
I didn't until you said that. I was like,
well, so his partner Andrew had the Cowboys jersey on, 49ers Cowboys. Yeah, I think that had a lot to do with it. So, Looks like Mark took over for Aaron.
And again, that was a nice pot. Now look at that, tiny back up to 367.
Yep.
And now he's going to get aggressive.
They had
again.
only 30 bigs though.
Exactly.
So there was 4-8. We go to 6-12. A little later. Some might consider that a skipped blind level. A lot of tournaments have that. I mean, we're already at 9 o'clock with still 20 teams left.
Yeah.
So,
but I would say, like I said, to me, for your guys, when you're looking at your tournaments, if it can get done by midnight, and what you almost always are.
And that's
pretty close. But
that's the goal. Is
but people say
12
so
to
late.
1. We try to leave ourselves that we have an hour of extra time in case it goes
But that's
long.
good because if you say 12 to 1, but people got to realize that that's so late. If you get it 12 to 1, what's first place today? $8,000.
Four grand, a little over $4,000.
Yeah. So I mean, but you're most
playing
often
40
your tournaments
teams.
are somewhere between 6,000 and 10,000 for.
Yes,
most
of these televised
people
ones.
Like,
Yes.
do you want to stay up till midnight? Yeah, if that's my problem, I got to stay up to midnight. For me, where I got a couple hours drive, I'll just stay in the hotel.
Sure. When we try to make it a little different with the Saturday compared to the Sunday. So the Saturday and Sundays we schedule a little differently. You're trying to get people done a little earlier on Sunday.
Yep.
Looks like Katie Fowler shipping it in there. David shipped it in previous. Ace 9. Looks like Katie Fowler wakes up with Ace King. And folding around too tiny. We didn't see his cards. It's going to both on... Katie's on a pretty big stack there. Did she just call? 3-bet to 110. Okay. Folds around to Mark. He's thinking about it. I'm sure Ben must have folded already. 4-9. I don't think he was thinking that long on the button. Mark's analyzing it here. Oh, jeez.
Oh, he was thinking on that.
Again, maybe it's not. Maybe
he's got
it's
a
not.
reader, as like I said.
It could be reading incorrectly.
4-9. You know what I mean on those right there.
And Dave and his wife Tracy going to need a 9 in a hurry. Should
an
pick up a
8
gutter ball.
Throw me that 8 ball.
8 or 9.
Oh,
chop
chop
possibilities.
pops.
Man,
Yeah,
this is
all
about as good as it
kinds of-
gets.
Oh,
And
he couldn't
the
hit.
king.
I thought for sure he was hitting the river.
That's about as good as you can hope
That
for
is.
on the
It's
ace
like-
9 without hitting the 9s,
I always feel bad when some people, they get so excited in a hand like that and they don't realize, the chop, and they think they won. They don't, and it's like, I always feel terrible.
And may not show since we're on the 10-minute delay, but I know live we are down to 18 players, or 18 teams, I should say. So two 9-handed tables. So we'll be bringing in some new players here shortly. Looks like Chad's getting some advice on how to play from his wife Katie there. Chad and his partner had a big stack on the feature table earlier. He got in that big pot with.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That was an interesting one.
Yep. Did he show what he had on there?
He had a jack.
Oh, that's right. He said he had ace jack. I don't think he showed, but yeah, he said he had ace jack.
Yeah.
And that was the kid that we were talking about earlier, the one that we're misreading here. This gentleman right there in seat.
C2.
Yeah, C2, right next to Tiny. And he's the one that had the what do you have 5
jack.
5 jack. So yeah, he had the 5s. That was a dirty river too. It's always better when they have it on the TV table and they get those nasty rivers. It makes it more fun to watch.
Yep, much better. So we're getting down there. So I think top 9 teams cash. So we're about halfway there. Hopefully, since my wife hasn't come back here, hopefully she's still hanging around.
Oh, really? That'd be nice. Now, who's her partner? You said that's
Ashley.
Ashley.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ashley.
okay.
Very solid
Oh,
player.
no, Ashley is very solid.
Oh, Mark moving it in. Ace deucey hearts. I mean, and you look at it, 141. That's only 12 bigs right now.
Yeah, and it's again, I love that's a good move. It's a good move because you can get it, even getting Queen Jack and.
How much is it going to pick up?
He picks up
Picked up
30,000,
I mean,
and he had 140, so he picks up. It's a 20% chip up.
Yeah.
Pretty safe. I mean, they got to wake
Yeah.
up with a hand.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the range. You get down into the 5 bigs. I mean, anybody can call with a normal calling hand.
Yeah,
queen.
exactly. Yeah.
Somebody's really got to pick up a decent hand to call you when you're shipping with 12 bigs.
12 versus 5.
Yeah, because if you, like I said, if somebody shove on 5 bigs and you're in the big blind for 2 plus,
Yeah,
and
got
you're
queen
like,
jack or something like that.
I'm calling.
Yeah, suited connectors. You're going to call 12 bigs. That's a different. It takes a bite out of you.
And it makes, what, are we 6-handed right now on this table?
Yes, we are.
It
So
makes it, and that's the other thing people never take. The difference between 6 and 9.
or 6 and 10 even.
I mean, that's how 6 and 10 especially. I mean, ace 7, ace 8 is all go down to there where that's like ace jack. With 9 or 10 on the table. It really makes a difference on the range of your hands because you're talking, there's almost 30% less players on or 30% less hands you're looking at. And, I'll always change my game. Like today for a while early, we had 6 on our table probably for 20 minutes before they got, there was a couple of people on my table complaining where I said, they'll get them here, but I'll definitely open up my game 6-handed versus the value of your hands changes quite a bit, 6 versus 9 or 10.
I know today was a special challenge for Steve because it's a partner tournament, and in this case, so that you didn't draw the same table as your partner, one of the partners was on tables 1 through 5. That we had I believe it was 42 teams, so 84 players. So you're talking. That's 10 tables for us. So, but Steve did something smart. He put half the players on the team 1 through 5. The other half were on 6 through 10. Yeah. So you got players busting from both of them. He's having to balance essentially 2 tournaments at the same time. So I know I jumped in and helped him tournament direct for a little bit when I stopped in, and it was crazy. People were, but I mean, they had 27 rebuys out of the 84 players. So,
and what a lot of people don't realize is, I think with TDA rules, you just have to be within 2.
Just within 2,
and there was
fine.
some. I've seen people barking their 7, say they're within 2. Correct. He'll get there. He can if he wants to. As long as you're within 2, you're fine.
Correct. So, and that was what he's looking for. Somebody got down to 6. We looked for 9s. A lot of times there weren't. If he had time, he'd actually balance out an 8 and a 6, which they were within 2. So he actually doesn't need it. I mean, with the rate people are busting, he can wait and just put people back on. But
you're seeing a lot of tournaments down in the cities, out in Vegas, where a lot of them are going down to 9 or 8-handed. Where they're even starting 8-handed. I mean, hardly where 10 years ago you saw 10 everywhere. Everybody had 10. I had tournaments, in Walker, they put 11 or 12. Well, we only have and it's like, but they would, 8 has gotten to be very common, in a lot of tournaments. Yeah, because yesterday I could hear the table chat. I watched for a little bit. Okay. And we haven't Tiny. It's interesting. Another thing I like looking at is how often people are switching.
Frankie hasn't been on this table for an hour.
Yeah, and which means I'm sure he's playing on the cash table.
Probably. How'd you do on the Survivor? Not the cash table, the Survivor tournament, Tom. Make sure we get our terms.
On the Survivor?
Yeah, what do we do?
I'm sorry, Ashley. I think I bought in for 200 and cashed out for 4.
There we go. Most of it from Ashley on that last hand?
The very last hand, I had ace-5 of clubs, and the flop came ace, club. And I made, here's one thing too, and again, it's just a cash game, not a huge cash game. I made a huge mistake on that because Ashley bet, Tiny called, and I think I had 150 behind. They bet like 30 or something. and I had between 150 or something behind. So I shipped it all in because I know my ace isn't good. I put Ashley on ace jack, ace queen. I think she had ace jack, and so I went all in. She snap called, and then Tiny was going to call. So I cost myself $150 because I thought it was funny because everybody behind me, oh, what do you got, what do you got? Because it was the last hand of the survivor.
Sure.
So of course, the people behind me, I let them show as soon as I showed the ace five of clubs, Tiny picked up on that and fold. Because
Really?
he's knowing, he's looking at me, he goes, oh, Tom's got a big hand. Or he's putting me on, okay, I'm on a draw.
We got an all in here. And we've got a fold. I saw. So
I
she
saw
shipped
King
it.
Queen shipped.
King Jack shipped.
King Jack, okay.
Leah shipped and got the King Queen to fold. So again, some of the power of shipping first. But sorry, back to your story. Tiny
But
picked
yeah,
up
so-
on that
so yeah,
and
so-
cost
yeah, 'cause
yourself some money.
We're Tiny.
You must have got the club eventually.
Oh yeah, I got the club.
Oh yeah.
But I waited till the river, you know.
Okay. Well,
So it
that's
was a good
play.
weekend. So I made 200 there. Made, I got the 500 on the
The team the drive.
random draw. Made about 900 last night. So I'll be able to feed the cats next week.
That's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
we're leading February 5th. I go to Hawaii, to line of Kauai for about 5 weeks. So
Oh, nice. So we're not going to see you around
nope,
for
I
a
won't
few.
be able to play
All
for
right.
5 weeks. And that's the only thing I don't like. There's no there's private games.
In
In
Hawaii?
And we've been there so many times where you get
No
to know
casinos
people.
probably, huh?
No, I think there might be a casino in Honolulu. Maybe. I shouldn't even say that. But nothing on Kauai. And but there's a lot of bigger cash games. And I met a guy once when I was running. I actually met this guy, and we ran a couple days in a row. And he started talking poker. He's come play. And as soon as I got in there, I was like, I don't think I should be. I didn't feel safe.
Oh, okay.
And so I called the Uber and I made an excuse. I got to get going and going on. And the game got busted that night.
It did.
Yeah, like 1 in the morning. And
Jeez.
they took all their IDs and all this stuff. I'm like, oh my god.
Best-
It just didn't feel
best fold
right.
you had
It was.
ever,
It
huh?
didn't feel right. You know, I mean, you get that feeling sometime. And
Got a little action here. Katie makes it 36,000 with nines. We got a full table of new players here. I believe this is Basim called with the queen 5 of diamonds from the big blind. All
Beautiful
unders.
flop.
Katie's got to
Yeah.
love that.
She loves that
Fires
flop.
out 45K. Now Basim's got backdoor draws both directions here. He's got the diamond backdoor, the straight, multiple straight draws, and just doesn't want to.
Now, was that Katie there? You said?
That's Katie, yep.
Yeah, I love her bet right there. She bet about half pot, where a lot of people, they see that, oh, I love this flop, and they ship it all in. Get value on your hand.
Yep.
If somebody has king, queen, ace, jack, they may call you. You know, if they hit the king or the queen or the ace or the jack, it just wasn't meant to be. You got to get value on hand. That was a beautiful bet right there, because if he had 2 overs to that board and
Wait.
maybe a backdoor flush draw, yeah, he may call, and you want that call.
Yep. Oh, good pot
But
by
a
Katie.
really nice bet sizing.
We'll see if it helps. All right. Oh,
right, is this
here's a new
Josh or
player.
John?
I can't see under the hat. And I don't know if I know this player.
I played with this young man earlier today, too.
Picks up ace queen. He's got 338 under the gun. Makes it just the call with ace queen.
But on him, he loves sports betting.
Okay.
There's a lot of online sports betting. I'm not going to say how much he bet, but he bet, unfortunately, on Pat Mahomes to over 300 yards.
Oh, and look at this. Leah
Great.
picks up ace 9 of clubs in the big blind, raises it up to 42. And assuming that the cards are right, he flatted first, and now he's got her in a bad spot here, and they both call.
And Queen 9 is in
Queen
a
nine's in a
really rough
terrible
shape
spot.
right here. If he gets out of this one, he's a superstar.
He needs
Clubs are
10
dead.
jack.
Oh, no.
But he flops the straight.
But so did ace queen.
So did ace queen, and he's going to lose all his money.
Yep.
She can't get
Darcy Leah gets away from it. Perfect.
fast enough.
And we're going to see if those cards are right. Snap. Yep. Nuts. The second nuts. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Can't get it.
He couldn't.
And we said, well, this will be easy for Queen 9, unless he flopped the second nuts.
Oh, man. Yeah. The only thing he had going for him was the hearts.
This game, oh my
It's
gosh.
a brutal. There's some things you just can't make
I mean,
up.
he had two aces to chop it, I guess. That was his outs. But oh my god, that was
Well, that was it. He's running better there. Like I said, he made the sports bet of Mahomes for over 300 yards. Well, then he got hurt.
Oh, did he not? I wasn't watching much of the game.
Mahomes,
Mahomes did not
really
finish the
bad.
game.
No, he came back in the mid, I think somewhere in the third, but he didn't play that much.
Okay.
So unless I missed some stuff, there's no way he got his 300 yards.
Oh, hey, Frankie's back. There we go. Crowd favorite.
Wow. Both flop a straight. That's depressing. And all of a sudden you look at ace queen.
Well, and save Leah some money because she
Yeah.
was probably gonna, you never know. She might just continuation, but it's a very dangerous board. But
Well,
she
she
might.
had the gutter ball and the backdoor flush draw, I think.
She
right?
might continuation bet there. Saved her every chip, He ships it in front of her. Like, oh, okay. What do we got going on here? So Katie comes in, Queen 10.
Frankie's in, I think.
Frankie, King Jack, yep. We're gonna get this must be if the other one was Ben, then this is Chad. But Jack 8 and the big blind with the Queen 3. So all spades. Wow. Katie running good here. She flops the flush.
Straight flush draw.
Straight flush. Not going to get it though. Frankie's got the blocker.
But
that's
Frankie with the
gonna,
jack of diamonds, or spade, I mean. I'm not folding his hand right now.
Yeah, he's going to lose some money
Frankie's
here.
going to lose some money here.
Everybody else should be pretty safe getting away from it.
Frankie needs the ace of spades, huh?
And he bets out 40,000.
He thinks he's dropping.
Yeah, I mean, I'm Frankie. I love my hand right here.
Yeah.
I got King Jack. I got a great kicker.
Right.
And I want the spade to come through.
What does Queen 10 do?
Well, the other two are going to get out of the way. And then if you're Queen 10, do you just flat here? Oh, looks like she already did. She flatted. 7 of hearts. And now she moves it. Which that on the 7, that's going to be confusing for Frankie. 100,000 on the 7 of hearts when she.
Yeah, and Frankie's defense too. I have a real hard time putting somebody on a flush. Flopping a flush. I just won't. They got to show some real. They really got to be pushing me around.
1.5%.
This is so hard for Frankie right here.
Top pair. He's got the third nut draw, basically.
Yeah.
He thinks he does. The ace, other than the ace and the queen. It was a limped pot.
That's not about calling. It's like the turn,
She's got and I don't know if the 100K includes the 231 there, but similar stacks, we'll just say. So I mean, just calling, just calling this 100K means that there's more coming. So you
can't call here. To me,
it's decision time basically.
Yeah, it's either fold or all in. It's
yeah, you don't flat here. I don't think.
No, I mean, and I think he thinks maybe he's gonna fold it. That's a good fold, Frankie.
Good job, Frankie. Sniff that out. That is a tough lay down. I think a lot of people go broke there.
I don't know. I might go broke there, like I said, but it's got 26 bigs.
They don't know
No, it's like easy for us to see here. Like I said, it's so hard to put somebody on a flush, a flop on a flush. There's been some really, really tough decisions here.
Couple tournaments coming up here. We got Super Bowl Saturday. We're up in Drayton, North Dakota. First time ever up there. That is Saturday, February 11th. Weekend after that, we're back here at the DoubleTree for a Friday, Saturday event. And then we got full spring of poker going on. So
all right, I got one more hand I'll give you. You get one of these superstars over here to help you out.
I'm going to make Scott Eckert come in.
Come on
since
in,
he
Scott.
I'm still playing.
You're still playing?
I'm supposed to be back here.
No, you can come back here as long as your partner's not on the table. I want to get your opinion on these hands, and you can explain how you knocked me out, all these things. So I'm glad you're putting my chips.
We discussed your hand here, Scott. And that was a really good.
Oh, look at
over
this.
bet on the
Huh?
river. It really was.
We're going to get some action, at least, on your last hand, Tom.
Yeah.
Chad and Ben just... a lot of people are going to come in for a raise there.
And he's got the
on
stack
the Jack
at
10.
Jack 10.
Yep.
Depending how big we raise right here.
50K, which seems like a lot, but
It's
guess
not.
what? It's 4X.
I'm 4Xing right there.
Yeah, especially with a limper.
Yeah,
you know, you
exactly.
always kind of...
Yep.
and just gets away
And he
from
gets
it.
away from it.
Well, and look, it's Chad rather than Ben, so a little different play. I always kind of, I don't know if you do the same thing, but whenever there's limpers in front of what you're going to raise, whatever my raise is going to be, if it was raised, like if it's going to be 3.5x, you up an X basically, 4.5.
I ask for every limper.
Okay.
You know,
Yep,
and
that's
you know what I mean? Because it is, you're getting the value. Otherwise, the problem is if you don't raise enough, once one calls, the
then
others
it-
are in.
Yep, then it's
And
an
now you got kings against four hands.
avalanche of calls, basically. Yeah, for sure. So.
And again, I think the biggest thing people realize when you look at this is bet sizing is so crucial in this game, and especially now, as you get into this level right here. But like going back to Frankie's, I mean, that is a really, really good fold. I don't know if I could have folded there. I mean, as long as he thought that's an excellent fold.
It's been obvious I can't fold. So
but your hand was better than that. Even. Here's a couple we're gonna get.
Geez. Cool.
Did Ace Queen just fold?
Oh, he wasn't there.
Oh,
he's not at his chair.
Well, you don't want Ace King against Ace Queen against King Queen.
No.
You know. So that's what I don't like about this. I don't want to see my hand. Was that Frankie?
It was Frankie was steaming,
You know, he's
talking.
steaming from
he was
that. And again,
talking about it.
he had King Queen raising into his Ace Queen. And it's the big stack, so if he 3X's it, they're probably calling.
Oh, Frankie, you're going to hate that one when you hear about it.
You had to go tell Tiny.
Yeah, for sure.
That was a bad time to leave. All right, this is it. One more hand. This time. Really this time.
Last hand, number 3.
It's too fun watching.
Yeah, right?
But I really appreciate the time. It was
no,
fun
Tom,
playing,
hey,
I loved playing with you
you're a
guys.
great player. I wish I would have partnered with you instead of Tim. Then maybe I'd still be in. Except for that, I lost all our chips. So that would have been a fun team, and maybe we'll have to team up some other time.
I'd love to. It's fun.
So you leave when for Hawaii?
February 5th.
Oh, so yeah, we're not going to see you then, basically, are we?
Gone for 5 weeks.
And we got 8s here again. This is the other player of the Josh and John. He limped in with 8s.
Not a lot.
Yeah, a couple 9-2 and a queen 8 here. 8s are still in the lead, even with the 2 overs. We'll see what happens
Really
here.
on the diamonds. We got the 8 diamonds. That's about it.
Let's see if the 8s can pick up on this. Checks over to him. See if he's going to bet those 8s. And again, I don't know if this is Josh or John.
This is John.
This is John. Okay.
And that's really tough to bet right there.
Geez.
Now it got even tougher. But I think he's going to get it checked down. The only way he's going to lose is somebody hits an 8 or 9 in the river, because I think it's going to get checked all the way down.
Oh, the queen makes Brahme. But I mean, you're gonna. He's not gonna lose any money.
No.
So, the pot was there for the taking for him. But that's such
a hard board. I don't know if I can do it with the. You got 2 callers.
Maybe on the turn,
Yeah.
it checks to you twice.
Yeah.
If somebody's laying the trap for you.
But again, that's with limping with the 8s.
Yep.
You know, if he raises with the 8s, he's not even going to get a call.
Because they have enough. He has enough to bet there to find out where he's at.
All right. Well.
All right.
Tom,
Thanks again.
Appreciate it.
Stay busy. Good luck with your tournaments.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a safe drive back to Nevis, right?
Now
Pequot Lakes now? I did not know that.
We got off the lake. Nice playing with you all the time, Dennis.
Yep,
Be
good
good.
to see you.
Good luck to you.
Gonna sit in for a while.
Can we have Scott jump in? Because he's got to go play.
He said he couldn't.
No.
Yeah, how much time left was there?
I don't.
Oh, no, you
tell
can't.
here.
Yeah.
Can't
Oh, yeah. I thought he said
Go quick flip. I think I got a lot of time.
I'm gonna pick his brain about the hand he busted me on. Are you playing?
No, we got nothing.
Who's your partner?
Mike Columbus.
Oh.
You guys got anything going? Or?
All right, so Tom Stambaugh was leaving there. And we got Scott Eckert jumping into the booth here. I can hear some background noise. I haven't watched the table. It must be the mic is on there. Okay. I'm just trying to get a little more table talk going on here. I've got Scott Eckert jumping into the booth. Tiny Frankie jumping, or there's Frankie jumping all in, 303,000, and putting the pressure on the King Queen. Gonna call big hands here. Oh, Ace 10 against King Queen. With the King Queen all in at risk, hits the King right off the bat. Frankie's going to need to hit the ace on the river. Not going to be there. So going to ship over some of that pot. Wait. I'm confused as to why she's leaving.
Yeah.
Did we see that right? So I'm wondering if that is not reading. One of these cards, there was a message that said one of these cards isn't reading right. So I'm wondering, earlier we saw somebody limp in with ace king and then just flat fold it against a raise. So I'm wondering if the king isn't registering right. So yeah, they shipped it to Frankie, so I'm guessing that was not a king. Either that or the board did not come a king. That could have been also. So we'll probably reset the deck here when we get to the next break, which I think is coming up here shortly. So Scott Eckert, longtime friend of mine, longtime poker player in the Fargo area, joining me in the booth. My nemesis today, though, knocks me out earlier on. You want to take us through that hand there, Scott? After I so folded around to me on the button after I was just complaining that I had not won a hand in the 2 levels that I had played. And
I think that's key that you
said that.
Yeah, because you said, if you remember, I said, well, I don't think there's no way I can let you win
pot
the
A.
first pot A on my big blind when you raised me.
So I raised it up, for those that did not see it, I raised it up King Deuce on the button. Scott defended with Ace 4, right?
Ace 4 diamonds.
Flop comes Ace King 9. Yeah, Ace King 9. He checks it to me. I bet something like 7,075. He flats 2 on the turn. Checked again to me, right?
Yep.
And I fire, I believe, 15,000. So what's going through your mind there when I bet that?
Honestly, I think I still have the best hand, but I want to just keep the pot small if I can. And that was my one bad read on the hand, right, I guess.
Well, and you were ahead on pre-flop. On the flop, I just got lucky on the turn, which was that was my downfall. And honestly, that deuce doesn't come. I mean, that's the only card that gets me in trouble, basically. Ooh, and we got some action here. We got Scott shipping it with the ace. With top pair. Frankie is going to definitely call this with the club draw here. They're counting it out, make it right. And going to make the call here. So Tim's tournament life at risk. Going to need to avoid an overcard or the clubs. And looks like it is going to. Yeah, Tiny, they're showing the wrong stacks here, which will get it right. He's got a whole stack of yellow chips there. Shows it's got 55,000, and I can see from his stack there. Well, because the last time it showed that the other gal won that pot, and then probably walked off with all those chips. So definitely not reading right. Luckily, we got a break coming up here shortly. We can get the chip stacks fixed. But so I had 2 pair on the turn, shipped it, or no, I bet 15,000. You flatted, and then your 2 pair card came on the river with the 4, and then you fire in and all in. So tell me the thought process there, just so we can. Because I'll tell you the thought process behind mine. So what's the going through your head when you hit the 4?
Well, and I still think I have the best hand. I thought I probably had the best hand on the turn, but now I was pretty certain I had the best hand. And
we've obviously played a lot of cards together.
Yeah, played a lot of cards together, and I thought, you were sitting on probably maybe 100 or a little, not much more than 100 left behind. I thought about putting in a small value bet there, but I figured if I put in a 50,000 chip bet, you know, you're looking at, that's half your stack. You might jam, but you know, I check called you twice. Kind of wanted to make it look a little bluffy.
And the flop was two
yeah,
hearts.
it was two hearts on the flop. I still think you call me with a lot of, even shoving it all in. I think I can get called by ace queen, ace jack, almost any ace. You know, ace, even ace deuce. You know, I mean, there's a lot of aces that call me there.
We'll get back to that story in a second. We got some action here going on. Aaron Rapp shoving with king jack of diamonds up against Tim's ace 10. King in the window with 2 diamonds. And another diamond on the turn is going to lock it up for Aaron and going to, says eliminate Tim. I'm not going to trust these chip stacks right now, though. Looks like they have fixed Tiny, Frankie and Tiny stacked to 383. But they're gonna count these down. So back to the story. Kind of the shipping it definitely raised my eyebrows. Like, why aren't you betting for value here or check calling? You know, like you were there as well. So definitely a very disguised bet is what I thought. And I'll be honest. Definitely the TV table came into my head there, you know, like...
Yeah, you don't want to get bluffed on.
I don't want to get bluffed off, you know, like you have hearts, you know, especially like 2-3 of hearts, you know, and you're betting, we watched your play earlier where you had led twice with draws, fired. Yeah. That time you were leading. This time you were just check calling, so it was a little different, but... you know, definitely came into my mind. I did not want to come back and see 2-3 of hearts, or not even 2-3, but let's say it was 3-5 of hearts or something like that, and I just walk into you bluff me with 5 high or something like that. So it was either I felt like it was either gonna be way wrong or way right, and it was actually not actually that much. 2 pair to 2 pair. So speaking of king deuce, really, just to rub it in, they put it up on the board.
Let's
here.
see how this guy plays it.
He's probably going to play it smarter under the gun and just fold it.
Yeah, that would have worked.
But again, folds around to me on the button.
Yeah, you have king.
With a king on the button.
Well, that's why, you know, I know your range.
Especially we're going to the break. You know, we're a hand away from the break. A lot of people just want to, you know, like you don't want to screw things up. And that played in. I mean, the team tournament, I didn't want to lose it for my partner. If it was just me, I'd probably snap call you a lot quicker than that. And it felt... I don't know. As time wore on, I'm like, God, I could fold this. And then, like, the longer it goes, it's like, now if I don't call, now you just waited all that time to fold.
And the whole time, too, I was like, well, I don't know. I don't know what looks fishier there. Maybe that bet was, you know, maybe a 50,000 chip bet's better there, hoping that you ship over, you know. I don't know.
But I definitely would not have shipped over. I probably would have flatted, or I would have just called a 50,000. The all in, just because of our history, makes me put in my mind that you're trying to make it look like a bluff.
Yeah. Well, that was my first. That was my first thought. Well, the way I played it, just check calling. It looked like it could be hearts. And I honestly thought that if you'd call 50, you might call 100 too. I mean, you're leaving yourself pretty short there. So I thought, well, time to go for the home run there.
You got it. What are you guys sitting on now out there?
We got about 6:30 when I left, which I've been the beneficiary of my partner's been raking a lot of chips. So
there you go. Your partner, Josh Taylor, one of our deals for us part-time, I know. Back to the action here. Ooh, Frankie waking up with 9s. Darcy all in 74,000. The raise was to 42, so Darcy not left with much.
I think Frankie's got a call there, I'm sure.
Yep, classic flip here. 9s against ace king with Darcy and Leah at risk. 10-3 deuce, pretty good, clean so far. Oh, the ace gonna need the 9 and the 9 only. Not gonna be there. Except, why are they counting those chips? It's not.
We got a bad card. Which card would it be then? Maybe it's the...
It's got to be the king, I think. Yep. Wait, except he hit 8.
Oh, he's paying him off, isn't
Yeah, but he hit the ace it showed. So we're going to have to re-register a
Frankie
deck
had
here.
Frankie had that. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Frankie had... Oh, no, Frankie had the nines. Oh,
right,
never mind,
yeah.
never mind.
So that
Okay,
might have been right.
I just got them mixed up. Yeah, definitely right. I was getting them mixed up there. So that was a good flop for Frankie. Bad turn for Frankie. So we got partner switching. I mean, we got a lot of action going on. So Scott, how'd you do in the flip and go? What'd you think of it last night?
Well, I won my 7th flip, and that was when I drew the C card that wasn't supposed to be in there. I drew the 10 C out of the 1 through 10 and had to redraw. So that was the only 1 in 10 shot that I won. But it was fun. I'd do it again.
Yeah, I mean, trying to mix up some tournament. What are the I know you don't get out as often as you'd like to, or as often as you used to. What are the types of tournaments that you look to play these days? You like the 1 days? You like the two days? Is that too hard to do?
Yeah.
I know you got. It's weird to say, but you have grandkids now, which is crazy to say.
Yeah.
But
that takes up a lot of our time, especially in the summer. I'm probably more of a fan of the 1-dayers.
Sure.
You know,
1 day, 200. Like, do you care?
Yeah.
Freeze out, re-entry. What do you?
Yeah. I don't mind the rebuys. You know, I like the one. You know, where there's just probably one. You know, like a 150 or more.
150. You got the 150
so
option.
So
Yeah.
you get the one rebuy. It's kind of nice to know that, have that in your back pocket.
This felt like and I think it's obvious since we're at quarter to 10 and still got probably 16, 15 teams. This is a very deep stack tournament, that's for sure. Have you got out, and I haven't got to play one yet, but have you played any of the Million Chip Challenge ones that we've done?
I haven't. I haven't been to. Well, I thought you were talking about Vegas for a second. When you said Millionaire, but the ones you have out Harwood, isn't it? Or?
Wild Race is where we've done most of them, and we're going to do one here at the Doublewood coming up. But it's it's pretty fun.
That's interesting. I don't know if I can.
It's a 2-day.
I don't know if I can do math that well.
Well, and the blinds start at 1-1.
100, 100?
100, 100.
Oh, my. Yeah.
And it's 1,000,000 chips. You got plaques to start.
I would probably be better off just starting day 2 on that one.
And you can buy it all the way till day 2. So there we saw Kings taking it down. Here we got, as you can see, as the blinds continue to go, we're at 8-16-16 now. So we're on our last orbit, last blind level with these players before we go to a new set. I think we're only at 2 tables, but every time through the blinds right now, you're talking that's 40,000, which is pretty much an opening stack. So it's getting up there. We're getting close to the money. I think they said 4,000 up top.
I might have to chat and get back and see how my partner's doing.
Okay.
Might be time to sit down and see.
Sounds good. Well, appreciate you joining me for a bit, and hopefully, was Gina still in? Gina and Ashley?
She was doing fine.
I suppose they're on your table then.
Gina's on my table, so I was playing a little bit with her. She raised like three hands in a row, I think. Right.
Really?
So, yeah, she's doing just fine.
Okay. There we got Darcy raising up pocket 7s. Let's see what happens on this hand.
Queen Jack. Might be one call there.
9-10 on the button. Makes the call. Queen Jack, hearts in the small blind. And Frankie with ace-9 out of the big blind. Oh, it was just a call, so they called around the 7s. Darcy just called from there. I'm looking for a set of 7s. And we got 10 high. The button picks up 10-9. 7s, not a bad flop for 7s. And Darcy's actually reaching for chips. Looks like he bet 35 from what I saw. Probably gonna get a call from top pair.
Might be a raise. I don't know. That's just blue chips.
Yeah, just a call. Melissa, Queen Jack. She's got runner possibilities, but not much. Frankie gets out of the way. So we got the 7s against the 10-9. Now that, gonna probably scare Darcy a little bit.
That would have been the perfect card for Queen Jack if she stuck around.
The old gutter ball and the heart. I think that's gonna be, that's 35K. Darcy, come on, get away from it, buddy. Yeah, counts him out. Doesn't like the ace. It was a good fold. The 10 was what he was scared of anyways, but
They saved him a little bit there.
yeah, I think that helped. So even if he's just speculating with a couple big cards, the ace helped there. So,
Well,
all right.
hopefully I'll talk to you later in a couple,
Well,
maybe in a
might
few
be-
hours when we're.
Hopefully I'm criticizing your play here on the feature table here shortly. So,
All right.
all right, thanks, Scott.
You bet.
All right, flying solo now. Anybody out there wants to come in and commentate? Hey, finally a comment. Ryan Yannick, nice Katie. Ryan, big RPT player, cheering on the Katie Fowler and Melissa team there. Appreciate the comments, Ryan. Good to see you watching. Folds around to the 2 blinds. Frankie picking up ace-9 in the smalls. I'm sure probably going to raise it up against Tim Scott. Makes it, looks like, I don't know, 63,000. 68,000. Tim picks up king-8. It's a pretty solid hand in the big blind, but he's going to get out of there. Frankie shows him the ace. Nice guy of Frankie. Ace-9 shows them both. Looks like Tiny's kicking him out. And they're probably, I'm guessing they're playing, there was a tag team survivor tournament. They were probably playing that, so. All right, again, thanks for joining us. This is Pete Bushy in the booth, flying solo right now. We're in the season 4 kickoff weekend with the team tourney going on. $150 buy-in, $50K in chips per person. They played separately until the second break and then combined stacks. We are now down to about 16 teams with $4K up top. Top 9 getting paid starting around $300 or $400. So we're at 816 with a $6,000 big blind ante. And for those just joining us, it shows both players' names. Some of these players we know, some I don't. We'll kind of try to iron some of that out as we get closer to our featured table. Folds around to the button, which is Tiny taking over the spot from Frankie. He's going to raise it up to 41K on an unopened pot. And going to get a lay down from the 2 chair. Aaron looks at Jack 4. Gonna lay it down, and Tiny gonna show him a queen probably and take that down. So Brad giving me a shout out. Wait, he's saying Petey. I'm assuming that means me. Brad, didn't see you up here this weekend. Figured you'd be in the flip and goes and on the team tourney for sure. That seems right up your alley. I of course went just as predicted, 0 for 6 on the flip and goes, and my wife is like, "You spent $300 on coin flips?" I'm like, "No, they weren't coin flips. They were actually like worse than coin flips. They were 1 in 10 chances to qualify." So, but it was fun. Hoping to bring that back about once a year or so. Steve's doing a great job of bringing some variety to the schedule, and let's see here. Frankie, Tiny raising it up to 41,000 on the hijack or the cutoff, and he's going to take that one down as well. So we got Tiny and Frankie on a stack of 389, which is 24 bigs. Chad and Ben, 39 bigs is the chip lead on this table right now. Brad is at MSPT in Black Hawk, Colorado. Good luck with that, Brad. I've been trying to keep up and watching the action over there. I didn't see a lot of familiar faces out there. MSPT always puts on a good show and a good tournament series. Love when they come to Grand Falls, running aces. Canterbury, of course. Folds around to Aaron Rapp in the 3 chair. He's going to raise it up to 50K. And Darcy with pocket jacks is just going to make the call, surprisingly enough. Flop of 9, 6, 7 of clubs. They check it. Darcy hits his jack. River and 8. That's a terrible board for Darcy, but he's going to bet it anyway with his top set. Couldn't induce Aaron to bet out at it. Show him. He shows the jacks. He shows the jacks with the jack of clubs. Nice hand. Little shock Darcy didn't just ship it pre-flop there with the smaller stack. Tim and Ben now on a super short stack with the 91K.
You missed your shot, Darcy. Pre-flop. Pre-flop shot, you would have called.
Yes, you're getting paid.
You would have called your pre-flop.
Back to the action. We got to be nearing our next break of the day, which will be likely taking off the pink 1,000 chips. In case you're wondering, those pinks are 1,000s, blues 5,000s, yellows 25,000s. Darcy picking up queens. Frankie Tiny raising a 41,000 with Jack 9. Darcy just making the call with queens again. Got him dominated this time. Don't be an overcarder. You might get bet off of it. What are you going to do, Darcy? Pocket queens. Come on, Darcy. Fire at that thing. He does. Good job. And he's going to get Tiny to lay it down. Back-to-back hands for Darcy, picking up jacks and queens. I need another commentator. Come on in. Water's warm. Got to be right on close to the mic. You got to... Oh, how about hold on. I also have to unmute it. You can kind of hear yourself, so you don't have to be that close. Hold on. Careful. Gina Bushy, the better Bushy, joining me in the booth. Are you still in the tournament?
Yes, indeed I am, sir.
There we go. There we go.
I was invited into the booth. Pete said, come on in, the water's warm. I'm like, why? Did you pee in it? Because I think that's accurate.
It's like our hot tub.
Well, that's why you're in charge of cleaning it.
It's my child. You take care of the other two, I'll take care of that one.
It's your dog.
Leah, what's Darcy doing out there? I mean, come on.
What do we got here? This is my first time commentating on poker.
Right.
I like it. I generally commentate a lot in my head. No one
So this is the
there to
live view over
listen,
here.
but
It usually mirrors this, but sometimes you're going to be talking about something that might not be live. So we can see the cards. There's the flop. I mean, I know most of the time you just watch from home and criticize my play and my commentating, but
yep.
So here we got. That is Melissa in the 10 chair. She bets out 25,000 with the top pair backdoor clubs and just going to take it down.
What top pair? Was there a flop?
There was. Over on this side, it was a king high board, and she had king 6. Can't rewind.
Oh, I know, but where was it?
You'll see it on this next hand. But,
How are you supposed to commentate if it's behind?
No, it's not behind.
But it is, because she bet and there was no flop.
There was a flop. You
I don't
just
think
didn't know where to
so.
look.
I think you're a flop. The flop is usually in the middle of the board, you know, where there's little rectangles are. That's where they put
the flop goes over here, okay, on this side. You can't see it on the camera usually, just because of the glare.
You can't see it, so how do you know that it's there? No, for real though.
Okay, let's just watch the action here.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying to watch
All
the
right,
action,
so
but
folds
apparently you
around.
need like some sort of a secret
Josh-
code to figure out
Josh
where to.
and or John bet 16,000, folds over to Melissa. She's going to make the call for 8,000, and for Tiny is going to check. So watch now. Here comes the flop, and it's going to come out right there. 10-9-6 is the flop, and they quickly check around to an ace on the turn. Almost nobody has anything here.
Yeah, there's not a lot.
Tiny's got bottom pair.
Who's going to try to buy this? Nobody? Oh.
Tiny has the best hand with the 6. If anybody kind of sneezes
I mean, bottom
at this
pair.
one, Melissa's reaching for chips. She's gonna bet out, what is that, 25K? Gets rid of Tiny at the best hand, and that's gonna do it. They always believe the girl. Has that been working for you today?
Am I allowed to say swear words?
No. This is PG.
How about suck it, Pete?
Can't say
You know
that.
why? You know why they always believe the females?
Because we're obligated to.
Oh, I'll punch you in the face. No, because
you're always telling the truth.
Because women are outnumbered 9-1 at every poker table, for sure. And in order to earn respect, we are trained to play only the best hands. So I'm going to tell you right now that a lot of ladies are going to play top 10 like starting hands, hardly ever raising pre-flop with garbage. I'm going to say hardly ever because once you figure it out that they're all going to respect you and fold you no matter what, then you have a little bit of an opportunity for some action. And you can't just wait around for a top 10 hand all the time. You can't do that. Believe me, I've tried.
All right. On to the action here. Darcy's making the call. King 10 of spades. Folds over to the cutoff, which I believe, Gina, do you know him? Is that Ben, Chad? Do you know?
The beard?
The beard.
Yeah.
Do you know him?
Yeah.
Ben or Chad?
Ben.
That's what I said too. So we met.
I've definitely played with him before.
I have too, and I'm just blocking out the name. Oh, here we go. Ace 10. Ben raised it up. Tiny ships it in. Ace King for 316. Tim with only 3 bigs. Tim Scott has pocket 2s. He's trying to figure out. Is this?
Dude, seriously, that would have been a good hand to shove with without an all-in in front of you.
Correct. Even even against the 37, it might have been good enough to just ship.
For sure. But when someone chips in front of you, I mean, what do you?
But now
You're basically just on a wing and a prayer.
But he could be isolated, but of course he could be up against a much bigger pair. If he knew that the Ace King had that, and that it's probably going to fold around, you'd probably take your 2s against Ace King there.
If you knew.
With all the dead money in the pot, especially.
If you knew, but you don't know.
You don't know.
That's the
We
thing.
know.
You don't know. Yeah, we know.
And this is probably going to be a fold from Ben, which will be the right call.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And see how there was no cards over there? Because there was no flop.
I will kick you in the throat.
If you only hear Gina commentating shortly, it will be
It's because I
I'm-
kicked him in the throat.
Or I'm running for my life.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. All right, so what do we got? Is this break time or are they still going?
We're still going. It's going to get to break time before we see it, though, because we're 10 minutes behind.
Well, that's
so-
the reason I'm in here is because it's break time.
Oh, okay. So then, yeah. Do you have to play, or you got a backup plan that Ashley will just play?
Well, I'm doing so amazing.
Well, I need a commentator.
I
Everybody has
know, I
abandoned
would-
me.
you know
so
what?
whether
I'm
it's you or
seriously, like-
Ashley, you guys can alternate commentating.
I'm doing such a great job, but I would love to be in here because you know how much I love to hear the sound of my voice in a microphone.
Just the sound of your own voice, I think, is what you were trying to say.
Well, basically, I'm talking to myself whenever I'm talking to you. So. Oh, no, he's avoiding me. Okay, so what do we got here? We got another hand. Ooh, I like the 9-8 of diamonds. I like it.
8-9, that's a good day.
What?
August 9th, 8-9.
Oh, it's his birthday.
It's not a big deal or anything.
Only to you.
Oh, what happened here? Action Tracker's getting a little confused here, and somebody bet, somebody folded, whatever.
Good commentating, Pete. Somebody bet, somebody folded, whatever.
Well, it went a little too fast. So depending on who's on the action tracker, it
Too
can
fast
go
for whom?
Too fast for the action tracker to like keep track, because it went.
Are you the action tracker?
No, that would be Leah right now, because I see Darcy on the table. So.
Oh, don't make her mad.
Nope. She'll kick me in the throat as well.
Mm-hmm. All right, what do we got? Oop, there's Leah and her face.
Correct.
She's like,
We're still picking up a little bit of. I mean, I haven't heard a player say a word yet on the table.
Tiny kicks it in.
So you can hear a little background, but you can't. When he drops those chips, you should kind of almost you can hear that.
I think I heard a call there.
What do we have here? We got a call from King 10, and then the 2 blinds are in as well. So we got a 3-way pot here just for the minimum. 10-4-4. Oh, Aaron with the 4-9. He's gonna nail it.
You kidding
and
me?
Lead out.
Wow. Oh man.
And Ben's gonna get in a little bit of trouble here. He's got
think he
top
might.
pair. Yep. So he's gonna call it. 8 on the turn. Not much. We're getting a little choppy here. Aaron, I like the slowdown there.
That's Aaron?
That's Aaron there in the
small blind.
Yeah, and the John Deere. 7 on the turn. He's gonna check to try to get him to bet here. Oh, and he's not falling for it. So Aaron's gonna take that pot down, scoop that.
Yep, that was nice. You gotta give those blinds credit for having crap cards, because seriously.
What do we got going on? Why are they shipping it over there? That does not make any sense. I think we're gonna have to reset. We're gonna have to reset these decks, because that might have been 1-4. That's my guess.
Oh, do you think? Oh, you think the little chip things were off?
I think that I think something's reading wrong, because they should have shipped that pot to Aaron if he had 2 4s, and instead he's stacking them over there. So I believe it looks
All right,
like.
well, I'm going to take that as my cue to take a little
we're
break.
Going on break.
Yep,
as well,
I'm going to go ahead and,
Dealer's not dealing
break.
Anything? There you go.
What?
I said we're also going to take a break.
Yeah. Okay. We'll take a little break
real
here.
Soon. We'll probably.
I'd love to tell the audience that I'll be back soon, but I'm planning on winning this tournament.
All
so.
right, well, hopefully we'll see everybody back here in about 10 minutes when they come back. Going to try to fix the cards. We're going to probably register a new deck here and try to see if we can't fix what's going on with those cards. So. All right, guys, we're coming back here to some action. We are actually going to be taking a break here shortly. There's just a few issues with the cards that we are going to reset once we're down to a couple more players here. We're going to reset the system and re-register a new deck. Just because we know some of these cards aren't registering properly. It looks like there's a couple that may either be broken and not working correctly, and that's affecting all the chip counts, things like that. So we'll continue to commentate here until they're going to swap out decks here, and you're going to stop seeing the action. At that point, we will take a break and put up a new link here as we reset the system. But as long as they're still using these RFID cards, we will continue to track the action here, and then we will take a break and come back here in a few more minutes once we reach the final table. I believe when I was just out there live, we were at 11 or 12 players, so we are getting right down there. Again, this will be the last few hands here before we reset the system. Blinds are 10, 20, 20. Getting up there. Action over to Tim. He's got Jack 10. Looks like that's good enough. He's going to ship it in with 55K. See if anybody's going to find anything to look him up with here. 6-4 diamonds in the small blind with a big stack. Thinking about it, it's a pretty bad hand, but he's like, 35K only to call. That might be worth it. I mean, it's not even a 3x raise. Take out a Tiny's giving Tim's bald head a good rub for luck here. And it looks, he's in the big blind for 20. I thought I said small blind. So he's the last player. I have a feeling he's going to make the call here. And I spoke too soon. Jack 10 going to get through, and he picks up. That is a double up. He had 55K. He won 50K. He just doubled up to 105. So as you can see there, Tim and Ben on a 5 big blind stack. The big stack on the table, 28 bigs. And that's Chad and Ben and Melissa and Katie. We got one other outer table still going, 10:15. We're about to reach our final table probably within the next half an hour or so. Got to lose a couple more players. We will follow this action all the way to its conclusion tonight. And as you can see there, Steve's bringing in another deck. So this will be the last hand at this table before we take probably about a 10-20 minute break. We'll put up a new connection for the new stream. Folds around to the small blind. And we are going to see a flop. With the 2 blinds, Jack 8 against King 4, Queen 10, 4, all clubs. Ben's got the Jack of clubs and the 8. He's going to pick up this pot, probably check down and take down that last pot. So, again, we are going to shut down this stream here just to get a reset on the table and the deck, and we will be back once we have our final 9 players of the evening. So, again, look for a new link here very shortly. We'll have that up and going, and we will see you guys again very shortly.